Welcome to the kickoff meeting of the program Closing the Skills Gap Acceleration. I would like to welcome all of you, distinguished ministers, distinguished speakers, everybody who is participating. My name is Hakan Gülda. I've been a journalist in economics for the past 35 years, and I'm the moderator of this meeting. No need for long words. We know that we are having a pandemic process, and this pandemic triggered many things, but it particularly triggered a transformation in the workplace. It's an ongoing process. So, reskilling became very important. There is a need for reskilling, upskilling, and relocation. According to the report by WEF, until 2025, 50% of the current employees need to be reskilled. And the skill set of the current employees, among them 40% needs to be changed. These are huge numbers. We are going to talk about these trends today. In the Economic Summit of WEF in 2020, Turkey declared a huge step towards this goal. Our three ministers have made declarations and stated their will to close the skill gap, and they're willing to participate in this program of WEF. We have also the CEOs of some big companies participating in this process, playing an active role, and they're also participating in this meeting today. Our ministers of Education, Minister of Labor and Social Security is amongst us, and Minister of Industry and Technology, Mr. Varank, is also amongst us today. There are also important leaders of the private sector amongst us today. Ms. Zeynep Bodur from the Kale Group, Levent Çakıroğlu from the Koç Group, Cenk Alper from Sabancı Holding, Mr. Tuncay Tütek, a founding partner of Getir, Gürcan Karagaş, a CEO of TOGG, Mustafa Küçük from LC Waikiki, and Nail Olpak from DEIK will be amongst us today, and they will be sharing their opinions about this program. I hope that this meeting will be very beneficial for us, and in the coming hours we will be listening to these distinguished speakers. We will listen to their messages. We will have two panels afterwards. Now, if you allow me, in order to deliver the opening speech, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Saida Zahidi, the Managing Director of the World Economic Forum. So, Ms. Zahidi, the floor is yours.
Çok teşekkürler. Gerçekten de benim için sizlerle olmak muazzam bir duygu. Çünkü bu çok önemli insanların katıldığı bir forumda Türkiye'de açılış konuşmasını yapıyor olmaktan memnuniyet duyuyorum.
for Turkey. Since our very early years at the World Economic Forum, we have long-standing relations with Turkey, with the Turkish people, and business leaders as well as government leaders, based on mutual trust and a long-standing effort from the World Economic Forum to form strong public-private partnerships. The accelerator model in Turkey is a collaboration between the Forum and the Istanbul Development Agency. And again, in the true spirit of a public-private partnership, it involves the Ministries of Industry and Technology, the Ministry of National Education, and the Ministry of Labor and Social Services, as well as the leading businesses, as you have just heard from our moderator. I would especially like to congratulate the team under the leadership of Minister Varank for this very timely initiative in setting up the Closing the Skills Gap Accelerator. The global context has dramatically shifted over this last 1 year. For several years, the World Economic Forum has been working on the concept of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we have in parallel
Buradaki işler tamamen değişti. Yani farklı bir boyuta geçtiğini söyleyebiliriz. Son rapora bakıldığı zaman yaklaşık 87 milyon insan yine 2025 yılına kadar işlerini kaybediyorlar ve yeni 89 milyon iş ortaya çıkacak. Evet, çok ciddi bir fırsattan ve aynı zamanda bir zorluktan bahsediyoruz. Ve %80 oranından fazlası rapor gösteriyor ki işverenlerin %88'den fazlası uzaktan çalışmayı devam edecek ve iş süreçlerini dijitalleştirmeyi de devam ediyor olacaklar. Bu da şu anlama geliyor, çünkü tüm işverenlerin yaklaşık yarısı da bazı işleri otomatikleştirmeye hazırlanıyor. İşte bu büyüyen işlere ve sektörlere yatırım yapmak için daha fazlası yapılmazsa işsizlikten kurtulmaya doğru ilerliyor olabiliriz. Evet. Evet, ortaklarımızdan elde edilen verilen, şu anda iş gücü piyasasından verilen edilenlerin ortalaması yine bakıldığı zaman kadın, genç ve daha düşük ücretli olma olasılığının daha yüksek olduğunu gösteriyor. Evet, bu dünyanın iş gücünün bir parçası haline gelecekler ama bunu yaparken de yine yaşam boyu öğrenme deneyimlerine devam etmek gerekiyor. Çünkü 3 milyar yaklaşık bir yetişkin iş gücü var ve onlar için de bu dönüşümün bir parçası olması gerekiyor ve anlamlı bir şekilde ekonomiye katkıda bulunmaları gerekiyor ve ailelerine destek olmaları gerekiyor. Evet, burada çok net bir ekonomik veri ortamızda. Biz şunu görüyoruz ki yaptığımız bütün anketlerde bütün yüksek yatırımlı yatırımlar global ekonomiye çok büyük bir katkıda bulunuyor. Yani bu Japon ekonomisinden çok daha fazla ve mutlaka doğru bir şekilde bu becerileri geliştirme yöntemlerini bulmamız gerekiyor. Yine işlerin 2'sine baktıkları zaman evet, yatırımın geri dönüşümünü 1 yıl içerisinde alabileceklerini görüyorlar. Eğer çalışanlarının yeteneklerine yatırım yaparlarsa. Bu ekonomik vakanın dışında bir de sosyal bir yanı var bunun. Çünkü bir şekilde şu andaki çalışanlar eğer yeniden yeteneklerinin kazanılmasına ihtiyaç duyarlarsa o zaman çok ciddi sosyal mobilite ile ilgili konular ortaya çıkabilir. Çünkü özellikle de trendlere bakıldığı zaman son 20 yıl içerisinde evet, görüyoruz ki en etkili şekilde bazı işlerde bunların kullanıldığını ve özellikle kadınların bu anlamda çok büyük bir transformasyon içerisinde olduğunu görebiliyoruz. Evet, eşit fırsat son derece önemli. Hem ekonomik hem de sosyal bir tarafı var bu yatırımın. Yine bununla beraber Dünya Ekonomik Forumu bildiğiniz gibi Dünya Ekonomik Forum'da becerileri kazanma devrimini başlattı. Ve bunun da amacı 1 milyar kişiye daha eğitim verebilmek, beceri ve iş sağlamayı amaçlamakta 2030 yılına kadar. Bu forum tarafından yine doğrudan desteklenen ve tasarlanan girişimlerin bir tanesi de beceri açığının azaltılması programı. Bildiğiniz gibi bütün pandemiye ve dünyadaki ekonomik gerilemeye rağmen zaten 50 milyondan fazla kişi bu devrimin bir parçası haline geldi. Evet, beceri açığını hızlandırmayı Beceri açığını kapatmayı hızlandırmakla ilgili konu elbette ki yaşam boyu öğrenmeyi gerektiriyor. Bir sistemin içerisinde öncelikle bir öğrenme süreci başlıyor ve bu zaman ömür boyu yapılan bir eğitim. Ve biz buradaki sistemi daha fazla dinamik, aynı zamanda yeteneklerin yeniden dizayn edilmesi ve geliştirilmesi üzerine yapılıyor. Bunun dışında çok proaktif bir yapı söz konusu. Yeniden düzenlemeler, daha dinamik bir sistemin entegre edilmesi, ki buradaki çalışanların yine farklı sanayiler içerisinde, farklı alanlar arasında gidip gelebilmesini destekleyen. Bunu yaparken de bir fonlama modeli son derece önemli. Bunun içerisinde fonlamanın çok kısıtlı ve çok parçalanmış olduğunu görüyoruz. Buradaki değeri görmesi gerekiyor mutlaka yatırımcıların ve burada da mutlaka işbirliği yapılması gerekiyor kamu ve özel sektör arasında. Yine bizler burada yine gelecekteki iş gücü tahminlerine bakıldığı zaman çok fazla veri var elimizde ve bu veri sayesinde çok daha iyi yatırımlar ve daha iyi tahminler yapılabiliyor ve bize gösteriyor ki 2-3 yıl öncesine bakıldığı zaman nereye gittiğimizi göremesek de bugünkü veriler sayesinde çok uzun vadede iş gücünün nereye dönüştüğünü ve hangi alanda beceri açığının azaltılması gerektiği konusunda bizlere çok fazla bilgi veriyor. Burada sistematik bir yaklaşım gerekiyor. Türkiye şu anda 10. büyük ekonomi bu modeli katıldı dünyada ve burada da başarılı bir şekilde örnekler gösteriyor. Gerçekten de çok uzun vadeli yaklaşımlar, modeller belirlediğini gösteriyor. Evet, yine bununla alakalı olarak, Türkiye ile alakalı olarak da şu anda elbette çok zor fırtınalardan geçti. Dünyanın pek çok dünya alanında olduğu gibi yine G20 ülkeleri arasında büyük bir yıldız gibi de parladı aynı zamanda. Sağlık yapısı son 10 yıl içerisinde de çok ciddi bir şekilde yatırımlarını geri verdi ve pandeminin etkilerini de çok hızlı bir şekilde uzaklaştırabildi. Aynı zamanda burada sürekli işsizlikle alakalı bir tedirginlik var ve burada özellikle de kadınların ve gençlerin istihdamıyla alakalı çeşitli süreçler var ve enflasyonu da düşündüğümüz zaman ve yine buradaki pek çok diğer konuyu düşündüğümüz zaman çok önemli konular var. O yüzden de burada bir yatırım yapılması, yeni kaynaklara yatırım yapılması son derece önemli. Bunun en büyük noktalarından bir tanesi de dijitalizasyona yatırım yapmak, daha fazla ekonomiye yatırım yapmak ve dijitalleşmeye yatırım yapmak. Elbette insan sermayesine yatırım yapmak, hem yumuşak yeteneklerini geliştirmek ve genç bir dinamik bir nüfusa sahip olmak çok büyük bir avantaj sağlıyor. Bununla beraber genç insanlar ve burada yeteneklere yapılan yatırım sayesinde çok daha iyi bir şekilde değişimi destekleyebilirler ve çok kısa bir süre içerisinde bu dönüşümü gerçekleştirebilirler diye düşünüyoruz. Evet, teknoloji kendi başına yeterli değil. Çünkü buradaki yatırımların teknolojiyle beraber öncelikle daha önce de söylediğim gibi mutlaka iş gücünü, makineler ve insan gücü, otomasyon ve dijitalleşme arasında bir denge yaratması gerekiyor ve buradaki stratejiler de her konuyla entegre edilmesi gerekiyor. Hem iş hem hükümet süreçleriyle ve aynı zamanda burada küresel bir değişimden bahsediyoruz. Daha geleneksel yaklaşımlardan eğitimde farklı bir yapıya dönmekten bahsediyoruz. Evet, buradaki beceri açığının azaltılması programı hem teknik hem de yumuşak yetenekler dediğimiz hem günün hem de gelecekteki işlerin gelişimiyle alakalı olarak. Sonuç olarak şunu söylemek istiyorum. Türkiye bu Global Network'e katıldığı için çok memnunuz ve çok detaylı ve yakın bir ortaklık olacağını umut ediyoruz. Hem hükümetten hem de iş dünyasından paydaşlarımızla beraber. Çok teşekkürler.
We would like to thank Ms. Zahide very much, and she has shared very important piece of information with us. She has touched upon both the economic and also the social aspects, and she also referred to Turkey's growth pace as well. But I think the continuation of this will be critical in the coming period. Maybe in order to draw your attention to another point. So new technologies that are developed mainly in the West are aimed at reducing the number of workers rather than increasing it, and also for all the economies. And we should, so there's also a danger of falling into the trap of growing without employment. But when we look at the skills in the labor market, the situation gets even worse, apparently. And perhaps we will touch upon all these, and we will be discussing these topics later as well. So I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Ziya Selçuk, our Minister of. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. First and foremost, please, and about supply and demand. And we have prepared the vocational education map as well, and it is a leading and map. We continue to engage in certain activities in order to meet the needs. Striking a supply and demand balance will also open doors for new approaches, and within the scope, in vocational technical education schools, we have established 46 R&D centers. We have driverless agricultural vehicles, and also CNC, and also autonomous irrigation devices, and also composite carbon alloyed yacht production. So we are now developing many products that will also create added value as well. So we have more, but I have touched upon only several of them, and very distinguished participants. So we have supported our schools with a funding of more than hundreds of millions liras. So project management and patent and R&D trainings have also been provided for the personnel in the schools, and the industry has made great contributions to this, and also the team for so so we had a year of brand and design as a team of our educational years. And we have applied for the registry of 2,730 products, and we have obtained some also patents as well. In relation to the importance of cooperation with the industry, we have signed more than 200 cooperation agreements with the industry and also NGOs as well, and we are managing together as well. And in order and also the industry is giving great contributions to providing in-service training to our teachers as well by enhancing the competences of our students, and we try to make sure that there are paid scholarship during their education, and they are employed after they graduate. And so we have Aselsan Vocational Technical Anatolian High School, Istanbul Technical University, Technical Anatolian High School, and so we have Cyber Technical Park, Anatolian High School. So now they're admitting students from the from the first 1 percentile of Turkey, because so the high now students with higher grades are going to the schools, which shows that we're on the right track. And one of the most important pillars of vocational training is workplace centered education. So our students receive a high school diploma with their apprenticeship or mastership certificates as well. And so these students benefit all the advantages given to technical high school graduates. So the numbers of students in the vocational technical centers has increased by 42%, and I think this is a very good increase for the pandemic period, and also in order to strengthen vocational technical education. And with the project titled 1,000 Schools in Vocational Education, we aim to enhance quality and also bridge the gap between the quality of schools. And we have provided 164,000 students with personnel and development support, and also so we have established some libraries in the schools, and we have opened some biology and also chemistry laboratories in some schools who needed them. Some existing laboratories have been renewed, and so our efforts continue to expand as well. So we need, and so I think we are engaging in very important efforts which will also respond to the Closing the Skills Gap Accelerating Program. And I believe that our efforts will support the aim of this program as well. We try to find out the expectations of the labor market, and also in this program, and I think a macro assessment will also be made. And I'd like to extend my thanks to all the shareholders contributing to this program. So our main objectives in vocational education, so this has to do with the real problems and also the real solutions we have about vocational education.
Thank you very much, dear distinguished minister. there's always a need for qualified employees. The business world always demands this. So this program will be crucial from that perspective. I'd like to ask you something. Yes, occupational education is important. We see a process where large companies are increasing their investment in automations. So building schools is a highly respectable charity. In your agenda, do you have any in our schools? Thank you very much, distinguished minister. It's very important that you are teaching the students how to export. Unemployment is a huge problem for our country and the world. So the youth should have these skills. They should learn how to become entrepreneurs. Thank you very much once again. I now would like to give the floor first of all, I would like to welcome him. Thank you, Hakan Bey. I wish you all a fruitful in a new world. And there are theories about the future of the workplace. Everybody is talking about a transformation. There are some people such as Dahrendorf, Daniel Bell, who are predicting the future. Some philosophers, some writers have their own theories about the future. The third wave was published. Some people thought that this is a fantasy world, but some of them and most of them have been realized, are becoming true. In particular, this pandemic process triggered a new world for all of us. And this pandemic process accelerated many processes and transformations. The way we learn, the way we work will certainly change. Our interactions are changing. In this pandemic process, we are seeing the reflections of this process to the business world. So we need to understand this process well. We need to stop thinking from a conventional perspective and adopt this new life. So this is a milestone for humanity. In production, in technology, there will be huge changes. We cannot go back. We need a new culture for the new world. In different parts of the world today, these technologies are being implemented. This transformation is already underway, not only in developed countries, but also in developing countries. So reskilling has become even more important today. So I think according to a report by WEF in 2016, 35% of all skill sets was expected to change until 2020. But these expectations have been exceeded. There was a good question by the moderator. How are we responding to this changing world? And the minister also mentioned that we are trying to prepare our students for this new change. We have to be proactive in order to respond accurately to this changing world. It cannot only be done by the Ministry of Education. Of course, we also have a role as ministries of Industry and Technology and Labor and Social Security Ministry, because it's not only an economic problem, it's not only an occupational problem. We are talking about change at a very fundamental dimension, and we need to be ready in all dimensions. So reskilling is very important. Rearranging the educational system is very important. Taking into account the pandemic process, we need to have a very very huge change. There are many sociologists, many scientists working already on how to implement this change and transformation. The politicians, the NGOs have to play their part and have to adapt ourselves to this new life. The adults need to develop their competencies. So this change is not only for the students, but all employees need to update their competencies and skill sets. Hakan Bey mentioned a humanless production. This might be seen as a big problem, but even if some jobs will be obsolete, those people will have more time to develop themselves. So there are pros and cons to this. But the important thing is to adapt to this new production system. We can only have robots in the production lines. But we should never forget humans in this whole system. There is the book 1984. We might remember this book in this age. Of course, we should have a human-centered development. New technologies can help us, but we should also include social policies at a global scale. So the developing countries will be able to make use of these new opportunities. The pandemic process also triggered another thing. There is huge inequality in health services, in access to health services, in access to vaccinations. For example, in Africa, in some countries, there are no facilities, no physicians. There are huge problems in those regions. This is quite alarming. So we should act all together. We should fight all together in this struggle. Otherwise, there are huge threats. And this pandemic pronounced this inequality very well. So we should always put humans at the center of our focus. We should invest in people, develop their competencies. It is possible to step forwards to a better world. We have the experience for that, and these processes can be managed better. We can have better business interactions. We can make use of technology better and in a more humanitarian way. In this way, we can close the gap between countries. I strongly believe that this is possible. In this pandemic process, we managed these challenging times well. even though our GDP is well below some developed countries. So we showed that this is feasible. And our health sector did a really good job in the pandemic process. So this is possible, even with less money. So we can close the gap between nations. With good social policies, we can have a more balanced society. I would like to wish you all a fruitful meeting, and I hope that this program will be beneficial for us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. And you have touched upon very important points, and you have given important references as well. George Orwell's 1984, and more than that, Kazuo Ishiguro is a Japanese, British writer of Japanese origin, and he also received a Nobel Prize as well, and he has a novel called Clara and the Sun. So there is an artificial intelligence there. So the novel is about a relation. So the character's relationship with the AI, about how the AI has impacted the whole working life, and what you said reminded me of that novel. But of course, the point that you emphasize is very important, and you talked about Industry 4.0, but as you know that on the 7th of January, the European Union has announced Industry 5.7, so they have. Now I'm asking myself, when did we leave behind Industry 4.0? Thank you very much for your very thought-provoking talk. Thank you very much. Of course, these problems, Industry 4.0 or 5.0, and I think we need to base all these on a human philosophy which interprets the relationship of human beings and nature once again, as the COVID process has shown us. And so we have a consumption-based lifestyle, and the pandemic has shown us that we have to move away from this understanding in the seas and also in nature, in rainforests, and also there's pollution and also contamination in the seas as well. When we take all this into consideration, so we need a new worldview which will strike a balance between humans and also nature. And when it comes to working relations and its reflection on the working relations, so we need a type of production which enriches people rather than polluting the nature and also human as well. And so we need a social production system. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This perspective is very important. As you said, we have a long list of problems ahead of us, but we need a new set of solutions to all these problems, just like you highlighted. Otherwise, it is like trying to repair a computer using a driller. And we will end up like people trying to do that. And I'd like to thank you once again for sharing and conveying this perspective. With all due respect, Mr. Minister. Now I'd like to give the floor to our Minister of Industry and Technology, Mr. Mustafa Varank. Welcome, Mr. Minister. So, okay, I forgot to unmute my microphone, sorry. Welcome. Now I'd like to leave the floor to you, but if I may, and Mr. Vedat Bilgin highlighted a very important point, and he said it's not only about economics, and he said that we need to have a holistic view, and how, of course, industry and technology is a very important pillar, and so we have green agreement. So in this period when we're talking about green transformation and green agreement, so we can't wait to hear the messages that you'll be sharing with us. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm noting it down so that I won't forget. esteemed ministers and also very distinguished representatives of the public sector and also the business sector. And so we have the World Economic Forum, and also we have our so I'm so pleased to be with you at the kickoff meeting of the Closing the Skills Gap Accelerator program. I'd like to thank all the stakeholders for their contributions, and I'd like to salute you all with respect. The concept of digital has now become the center of the time we are living in, and with the accelerating impact of COVID-19, there have been great changes in the way we do business and also in our working environment as well, and also in the technologies we use, and some new also work fields have been added as well. So it is obvious that the existing skill sets cannot respond to the needs of today, and also Generation Z. Soon they will be included into the labor force as well, and that's why we need to prepare our labor force for the jobs of the future. And so there's agile approach, and there are different. So we need to concentrate on different ways of learning and working. That's why. So the Closing the Skill Gap Accelerator program initiated by World Economic Forum, and we have participated in the program as Turkey based on the needs of our enterprises. We would like to develop and also implement the best policies, and we have come together as a public and a business world. And of course, we'd like to benefit from the experiences and also good practices of the countries, and that's what we hope. And so the process will be managed by our ministers, by the World Economic Forum, and also we'll be also managing it with our business leaders group, and it will be coordinated by Istanbul Development Agency, and within the scope of this program. And so in addition to upskilling our employees and workers, we will make sure that they acquire some new skills, and also we'd like to create some, we'd like to render people employable by also making sure that by making sure that they acquire some new skills. I'd like to extend my thanks to the whole WEF group, mainly Saide Zahidi, and also I'd like to congratulate the executives of the companies which are part of this program as well. And in our country, more than 28 million people are participating in labor force, and our advantage to the rest of the world is that we have quite a young and dynamic population. That's why if we interpret the opportunities about the future of jobs in an accurate way, tomorrow Turkey will have much brighter days in the future. And and we're aware of the fact that we have young people who will make this possible. So we always put emphasis on human capital, and so we have the human resources potential we have must be developed in light of the needs of the new world. And so we have a national technology vision, and so we have an industry and also industry and technology strategy for 2023, and also the development of human capital is one of our priorities. So our ancestors said a baby bird would do what he or she sees in the nest. So we are investing in our human resources from the beginning, and we are trying to plan everything from the beginning, and we're now establishing, examine and do workshops in all of our 81 provinces for students from the 4th grade to the 9th grade, and for 3 years. So we provide education for 3 years in aerospace and some other fields as well, and also And we are also holding the Technofest, which is the largest aerospace festival of the world. And also, Technofest is visited by millions of people, and they are inspired by this. And it will be held in Istanbul this year. And in addition to encouraging people, and in order to meet, we are taking important steps in order to meet the need for semi-skilled workers. And also, we have 76 technical and also vocational Anatolian schools, and also 17 vocational higher schools, and we are providing vocational education about the emerging technologies. And TÜBİTAK has in the industry PhD program. Our university, so we are supporting the cooperation projects that our universities are implementing with the technology, and we have some model factories as well. And we are trying to provide training and also consultancy for our companies about entrepreneurship. And also we are trying to teach the participants how a factory can work more efficiently. Distinguished guests and also esteemed ministers, with all these steps, we are trying to match the needs of production and also the qualities of human resources, in addition to developing our human resources. And also we are benefiting from the competitive atmosphere created by this change. And so we have become part of the global centers network of World Economic Forum, and with Max, we are designing special training programs for the people in the field. So in our industries and also our engineers and also our young people will experience the digital transformation in the real environment. And also we are every passing day we are taking new steps in order to increase the number of software programs in Turkey. And so we have established a Turkey open source platform. And then here we aim to develop some exportable open source systems in order to increase the number of entrepreneurs and also employees in the industry. And we have also become part of international Ecole 42 network. And we aim to bridge the gap about qualified software programmers in Turkey. And this look like a huge plane tree. And all these are branches of our national technology movement. And also the new success story of Turkey will be in the shade of this plane tree. And distinguished participants, since the first industrial revolution, so the main agenda topic has always been about the transformation of production methods. And I'd like to express frankly that even if the technology develops and also even if the ways of working change, we will always have human beings in our focus. And if you want to win in this era, we would like to prepare human beings for digitalization. And also we need to place digitalization in a way that would benefit people. We should create some job opportunities that would be suitable for people. And we should be able to create a competitive labor market. And also we must make sure that entrepreneurs can find place for them in a competitive world, and we can manage all these all together. And so we will analyze our missing points all together, and also we will look for answers as to where we should be investing in together once again. And in this context, I'd like to state that I find all the stakeholders of the Closing the Skill Gaps Accelerator program very valuable. When talking about the industrialization process, our speakers have said so more environment friendly or human friendly technologies should be in place, and we must make sure that we equip our people with the necessary skills. So this green about the green, there are some green transformation related programs. When we look at these programs, we see that they talk about respecting nature and also environment and also respecting people, and also they also involve rendering our planet more livable and sustainable as well. But I believe that we should be questioning the real intention here about green transformation, about green agreement. So we will be fulfilling all the requirements, but we should never forget that these requirements and rules set by the European Union also aimed at protecting their own competitive edge as well. So we should never ignore the intention underlying these as well. And so the greatest environmental harm made to the world comes from the production processes of the dominant powers. So they have made damage to the world, and they want everyone to make efforts to make up for the damage they made. Of course, we will do whatever is necessary, but we will never ignore the real intention underlying these efforts. And we will always keep in mind what our competitors have made to the world so far. And I'd like to extend my thanks to everyone who are making efforts and contributing to the implementation of this program in our country. Thank you very much.
This brings dynamism to many cities. I was in a different city yesterday in Afyon, and this is a huge thing.
Bu zoom'u çeviriyorsunuz değil mi? Hayır. Bunu çeviriyoruz işte. Said'in olduğu zoom'u çeviriyoruz. Dedim ya.
So this is something that needs to increase employment opportunities. So we need to increase our competitiveness. We are talking about Technofest, some events that they're planning to hold, but there is a lot of things that we need to do. Distinguished Minister, yes, we are planning many events, but we need a lot of these events. What do you think of all these? Thank you very much. This concept of dehumanization is not very realistic for me. Of course, some occupations will be obsolete, but on the other hand, new skills will be needed and new jobs are emerging. So there's always a need for humans. There are some occupations that we could have never thought of a decade ago, but we are seeing these right now. So I don't see a problem of dehumanization, but of course we have challenges ahead of us. We need to adapt ourselves. What we need to do is, as Turkey, need to produce technology like the developed countries. We shouldn't be imitating. We are trying to compete with the world, but our main goal should be investing in the technologies of the future and to be the pioneers in breakthrough technologies. And all the business world also has a part to play in this ambitious goal. We are trying to produce an automobile. We are also investing in producing planes with no humans. Like this, we need to also invest in other breakthrough technologies. We are also investigating what Turkey can do in new generation nuclear reactors. And we will hopefully be investing in those technologies as well. Believe me, we can do this. We all together believe in it under the leadership of our distinguished president. This is the goal that he put before us. That way, if we can produce technology, we can adapt to this new world and we can compete with the rest of the world. Thank you so much, distinguished Minister. We will have a short break now, but before that, we will be taking a photograph. Unfortunately, this meeting is not a physical meeting, but please smile to the cameras for about 30 seconds. Perhaps we can also wave. This will be a nice gesture to the audience, as if we are saluting the audience. I think it is enough. Thank you so much. See you after the break. Yes. After that, we will talk about the representatives of the business world. Thank you so much, Ms. Zahidi and all the ministers. Thank you. Hello again. We are continuing our program. We listened to their ministers and Ms. Zahidi. We will now be talking about the representatives of the business world. And they will have an important role to play in this program, how we are going to managing this transformation. I will invite the distinguished speakers now, one by one, and we will expect to hear their messages in 7 or 8 minutes. The first speaker is Mr. Cenk Alper, the CEO of Sabancı Holding. Hello, Mr. Alper. Hello. How are you? Long time no see. Thank you very much. I'm very well. I'm in Izmit now, visiting a factory. I'm happy to be at the field again. I hope we don't have another wave of the pandemic. I hope so. We all missed our previous lives. We can now travel a bit more. What we will share with us here is very important. This is a program that you have a huge role to play. It's a very valuable program. I gave you 2 pieces of data at the opening. I took one of these data from the reports of WEF. These are really remarkable data. Until 2025, 50% of the current employees need to be reskilled, according to this report. Secondly, in the coming 5 years, this is such a short time, the current employees need to change 40% of their skills. How are we going to achieve these ambitious goals? What kind of a roadmap we should have? How do you see this whole process? The floor is yours now. Thank you, Hakan Bey. I was also going to mention this data from the report. Ms. Zahidi, the managing director of WEF, distinguished members of the business world, I'm very happy to participate to this meeting. In order to have a sustainable life, we need to have pioneering initiatives. This is like a mission statement for us. We highly believe in the importance of change, and we are decisive. This is a promise. And we have came to this conclusion after a lot of work and experience, and we encompassed all employees in our mission statement. We took their opinions into account. We have 3 promises: sustainable world, merging Turkey and the world, and to have pioneering initiatives. And in order to achieve these goals, we have 5 main strategies: to have an encompassing experience for all our customers, to have an agile response to challenges, to be a pioneer in sustainability, to be a leader in digital technologies, and to adapt to the future of the workplace. And we take always humans at the center of our focus. So technology and digital platforms is something that we heavily invest in. What happened during the pandemic? We have faced many challenges during the pandemic process, and we promised 2 things during the pandemic. The first one was to our employees. At the start of the pandemic, we had 60,000 employees. We told all our employees that at the end of the pandemic, we will still have the same number, 60,000 employees. So nobody is going to be left behind. And another promise was that we won't let our operations be interrupted during the pandemic. And I'm proud that we have achieved this now. We have we grew our business. We also had the opportunities to prepare ourselves for the new world. Adapting to the new business world was something that we included in our strategic plan. Our manpower, all organizations of our businesses cannot be managed by conventional methods. We need to adapt ourselves to this new world. Otherwise, we cannot continue. This is our approach. So we need to prepare ourselves to new ways of doing business. We need to prepare our employees to this new way of working. We need to adopt new models for this, and to be a model and pioneer in our country in this process. So we realized a transformation program in our group. We are trying to adopt a new culture now. We are adopting agile new ways of doing business. We are developing new performance models. And the social platforms that we have developed. We managed to really deal with the crisis well, on one hand. On the other hand, we were able to prepare ourselves for the future. It's not only remote working that we need to adapt ourselves to, but we need to have a wider perspective to make all ways of making business. And there are many dimensions of this. So it's a really comprehensive model that we prepared, that we foresee. We measured all our data. We compared ourselves with the current best practices of other companies from around the world. And we have our own prescriptions for our own company. And all our employees participated in this process. We took their opinions into account. And we have short-term, mid-term, and long-term roadmaps for this process. And one important thing is to be able to predict the future. So we use some data analysis. We analyzed new trends, where we are going to, and we try to predict what kind of world we are going to be living in some years from now. And so that how can we reskill ourselves? How can we have a strategic manpower planning? We contemplated on these problems, and we have also tried to update our technological infrastructure. Our company has always tried to invest in their employees. Right now, we are trying to prepare our employees for the new world, and we have certain projects that we are carrying out to this end. We are using data analysts, data engineers. We have established an academy to train our employees. And they have developed certain projects, and they collaborate amongst each other, and they are further widening their experiences and skill sets. We have some technical people, and we are investing in reskilling them and trying to adapt their skills to the new digital world. And we have invited world-famous people, and they are teaching our employees. This is particularly important for our young employees. We need to encourage them to innovate, and we have an innovation development program. We try to encourage them to have a design-oriented thinking. On one hand, we give them theoretical information. On the other hand, we try to have hands-on workshops, and we have taught more than 7,000 employees, and we are also teaching them the certain information technology skills, and more than 25,000 employees have been trained in new technological areas. Humans are the ones that are triggering the changes. Humans are responsible for everything. So our main philosophy is to put the human at the center of our focus. And we want to be one of the pioneer companies in the world. So as members, as representatives of the business world, we have a huge role to play in these challenging times. We all need to adopt this new approach. This way we can let our country achieve its goals. The pandemic process triggered some awareness in us and accelerated certain things and changes. In this new world, the human resources are even more important. Managing human resources has certain skills needed, such as empathy. Thank you so much. You gave some very good examples. You don't want to leave anybody behind. This is very important. But capital is also important. So we need to have some local solutions to these problems. I'm playing the devil's advocate here. We need to talk about the realities. What do you say? The source of innovation should be local, I think. What do you think? Absolutely. We are the driving force of an ecosystem. We have 60,000 employees, but we have universities, technology institutes all around us, startups all around us. We are also aiming to improve the image of technology in the society. We are also trying to be a bridge between our country and the world. And we are presenting the technologies that we developed in Turkey to the rest of the world. And we're also bringing some technologies from the world to our country. We have to learn from the world, and we have to include this too in our practices. Thank you so much, Mr. Alper. I hope that we can realize the goals that you mentioned. Thank you so much. I now would like to invite Zeynep Budur Okyay. Hello. How are you? We cannot hear you.
Now, can you hear me? Yes,
Can you
yes,
hear
we
me? I know that you are far away traveling. You look well. How are you?
Thank you a lot. I'm quite fine, and thank you especially for the invitation. And I'm coming from Ankara with the Ministry of Agriculture. We are running a project, and that's the reason why I was in Ankara, and also with the participation of our First Lady. And thank you for the invitation again. So I am participating from far away distance, and I hope that you hear me well. I'm quite well, thank you. And especially to be able to discuss such kind of a topic and to be invited to be as a speaker for such kind of a conference is a great proud for me, because I believe that this is a very important priority for our country.
Thank you. Your participation is important for us. Even though you're traveling, you are with us. Ms. Budur, you know our framework. You also have your own program, as far as I know. You are encouraging social initiatives, and you have an approach that is sensitive to our environment. From this perspective, how do you foresee the future about reskilling, re-employment? What needs to be done? You're an important business leader. What kind of messages do you have to share with us?
So I want to have two perspectives to this topic. First of all, as a representative of Kale Group, and also following World Economic Foundation, we have a very valuable cooperation with WEF, and also with the ministries, we have a great cooperation. And so we're actively participating the activities of our ministries as well. And with our President Nihal, we are also in collaboration with many NGOs. And so let me briefly give some information about how I see the general conjuncture, and I need to combine both of the perspectives. First of all, that's what I see. First of all, the world population is aging, and we have a very less potential compared to the past. And there's this threatening of the technological unemployment, and their new skills are expected from the new workforce. And as the employees, we are observing this reality, and the working models and the business models are evolving. And there's a serious change, and we are in the age of change. First of all, we need to have enough opportunities for all the people. And also in San Francisco, there was a meeting conducted by WEF, and it was years ago, and I was quite surprised. And so the name was Unemployed People. And today, before us, our ministers made it their inauguration speeches, and they talked about the problems related with the social issues and the business issues, and they're integrated to one another. And that's the reason why we need to know that, yes, all of the professions will not disappear, but the composition with the digitalization, with the artificial intelligence, everything will change. And when we look at our country, and we need to prepare the workforce as the business leaders, as the opinion leaders, and the NGOs, this is our responsibility. So just to see it as a way of sustenance is not enough. We have to go beyond this argument. We need to have a wider perspective, and we think about the future. We need to create an effect in the business life. And so in between the meaning and business, we need to create a meaning. And that's the example that I have given to you. Because when we look at the lives of the people, and when the lives of the people are changing, the search for meaning is also changing as well. So we see a polarization in the business world. And so our perspectives are changing and evolving, and it needs to be more positive. Otherwise, the approach will be missing. And especially in our country, when you look at the emotional side of our country, we need to pay attention when we think about the emotional side of our country. The artificial intelligence technologies, we have given some figures, but the world economy will be affected by 50%. But also, according to another research, this rate corresponds to 1.2 billion employees, and it is equal to 14.6 trillion in salary payments. This means that this research also sees the threats and the opportunities. And the adaptation of the digital technologies are the most important factor for the future growth of our countries. And we can see that there's an increase in the productivity. So digital technologies are increasing the technology, and this is an output that we really want. But at the same time, this is also bringing the skills problem, and this is today's topic. And according to the research conducted in 2020, in a study conducted in 2020, up until 2030, 60% of the productivity will increase, but we can say that most of the jobs will be lost. And most of the professions, we can say that 1.8 million new jobs will be generated. And we can say that there's a potential of growth of 3.1 million growth by 2030. Actually, this is something positive. But also, we have to equip the employments who are involved in the transformation of existing business and those who will participate in the business. So when we look at the 2018 data, the adult skills survey, product of the international program for the measurement of the adult skills conducted by the OECD, most of the adults in Turkey have poor problem-solving skills in verbal, numerical, and technology-rich environment. Thus, Turkey needs a transformation, and it's the same thing in the business world and in the human resources and the other meetings that we conduct with the other human resources, and also in the all the applications we see that. And in most of the countries, when we make a comparison, for instance, digital skills point in Turkey, and in 2020 and 2020 it's over 40, but this figure is in America 85, and in 2020 it was 85. We see that there's a serious difference. So we are under risk, and so the rate of the jobs at risk are at 6%. So this study is very important as it shows that the lack of digital skills not only prevents the spread of information and communication technologies, but also increases the risk of job loss due to the automation. And as a result of that, from now on, so we have to think about the business in such a way. So we have to consider those kind of more comprehensive policies. And so the skills should be improved, but also we need to raise them in a multi-dimensional way. And the companies are responsible for that because they cannot expect it from the public, but they need to accept it actively from themselves, and they need to be part of it. And what do we do as Kale Group? We have been working with Leader Development Program, Digital Transformation Program, Fortresses of the Economy. So we have many different programs, and our objective is to support the groups. And most of the surveys are saying that, yes, the young people, they want to participate the workforce, and it's important, but also economically, the existing personnel and the number of the employees, the skills transformation should be economically realized, and it should create some business opportunities. And we are working together with universities, and we are also working with other kind of professional training institutions, university collaborations, internal training, coaching, mentoring, online training, rotations. And as you said before, we started everything from the locally, because as a group like us, we think that this is very important. Social policies are very important in our business mentality. About this, for instance, as you also know, that Ibrahim Bodur entrepreneurship forum we have, and we are discussing the problems of the social issues, and we are trying to combat against the social problems, and we are trying to support the ecosystem in this regard. And so what we're aiming is that it's very important. The entrepreneurs are very important, and for Turkey, and especially countries like Turkey, so social entrepreneurship is a very important aspect, and we are supporting as Kale Group. And in different platforms, we are also working on sustainability and digitalization, and we are trying to create interdisciplinary workforce. And so we believe that interdisciplinary skills are very important for our country. And also I would like to sum up another problem with my head of NGO. And as you also know that Istanbul Chamber of Industry, Istanbul Technical University, Vocational Educational Corporation, and Istanbul Technical University, Istanbul Chamber of Commerce, and Istanbul Chamber of Industry, we have a collaboration. And our ministers also mentioned that we have 5 fine arts, and we have 38 vocational and technical installation, and we have 30,000 students, and we reached the 2,500 teachers. And with the digital seminars, we participated, we conducted many meetings, and we organized technical trainings. And within the scope of this project, last year in total, in a total of 3.5 million TL production was realized. And it's not only the technical education, but also it's turning into a production and into an outcome. And indeed, as seen in this project, developing skills, continuous education, adaptation of digital age skills by young people can actually serve the change and the transformation we need in a remarkable way. And we believe that we need to serve this purpose, and those kind of cognitive skills and new sustainable industrial models should be integrated together. On this path, topics such as job redesigning, education, social stability, and the other issues, we have a list. And as Kale Group, as the board of the Kale Group, I really agree to these topics. And in this journey, first of all, redesigning of the job, education, social stability, taxation, technology transfer are our priorities, I believe. As Hakan, you also are participating some of our studies, and I have a couple of recommendations, and I would like to put it onto the table. And some of them are like this, and I think it is the most important one of them, is the NGOs policies and so industrial and someone who wanted to work for NGOs for many years, I've just put some suggestions. The public needs to steer its employment policies from a structure based on passive practices such as unemployment benefits to an active structure where it provides workforce talent transformation. And we need to follow public policies, need to consider automation as a social and employment. A real-time data collection and sharing of this data is also another factor. And especially new generation platforms should be established, and a real-time data usage of the public, orienting the public force. And I believe that this is going to be contributing a lot to the competitiveness of our countries. And the employment policies shouldn't consider the passive policies, and they should provide an active structure for the workforce. Otherwise, we cannot create the profile what the industry needs. And we can also say that in the skillful, we need to increase the skills of human resources, and with a but we need to have a high economic productivity. For this reason, it's important to establish necessary foundations to increasing the basic digital, social, and emotional skills. And lifelong learning mechanisms are important. And however, instead of standard programs targeting all segments of society, programs that direct certain target groups that are areas compatible with their own knowledge are really needed. But it should include all parts of the society. And rather than the standard programs, certain target groups should be oriented towards the designated points. And we believe that we need a change we need a paradigm shift. It is needed for the sustainability of the social stability, and I think that should be supported not only by the public and the civil society, but also private sector, in order to prevent social polarization from reaching extreme levels and protect economic and political stability and social security, because those kind of problems are also affecting the future of our culture and creating a threat for our countries. And so our expectation from the public is public sector is to create a strategic partnership and to do planning according to that, to set the priorities and the vision in relation with those realities. And they need to pay attention to these issues, first of all, the public sector. And finally, they need to have some focus areas to reform, and special mechanisms for the coordination should be established from the beginning, and the lifelong learning should be supporting. And so, the initiatives should be given to the companies, and I do believe that they're very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You have highlighted very important points, although you have exceeded your time. But as Istanbul Chamber of Industry and some institutions are playing a more pioneering role, also in your leadership, and also in the leadership of Mr. Bahçıvan as well. So this green transformation and also sustainability is given a specific importance, and I believe that the fact that this sustainability platform has been established is an indicator of this. In the very close future, these things will start facing us. I don't want to take much of your time, but I'd like to give an example. Last week I was in Çorlu, as you know that. So we have Ergene River, and but very concretely, I saw that there's a need for a treatment device to be commissioned. Of course, so there was serious rainfall, so that's why, and also due to the COVID-19 circumstances, so the commissioning of the device was postponed, and they said that. So the foreign buyers said that we were expecting this to be commissioned by the 1st of June. If it's postponed to the 1st of July, then we will have to cancel some of our orders. And so we are talking about taxation based on carbon emissions, and also the Nicholas Mayer and said we shouldn't call it taxation, and he calls them some arrangements and of course some taxes will be paid in the borders, and apparently all of these will be very important. And I'd like to thank you very much once again for your speech and for all the messages you have given. So you will, as far as I know, you will be traveling today. Maybe it could be a very appropriate time in order to take a photo. If all our speakers can turn on their cameras, and if you are technically ready, if you don't have any technical problems, so if you have any problems, just warn me. Oktay Bey says we're okay. Then look at the screen briefly, and could you please wave as well? Okay, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please look at the screen and wave at the screen, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. I'll see you later, Zeynep Hanım. I wish you all the
Thank you a
best.
lot. I'll be watching the
meeting,
meeting,
the
and
meeting.
if it is needed,
If
I can just
necessary, I can
participate again.
intervene
Thank
as
you.
well. And Mr. Mustafa Küçük, let's move on with you. And also, my colleagues are now also warning me to keep it brief, but I'd like to highlight that Ms. Zeynep Bodru Okyay drew attention to the quest for meaning, and she said that we need to be looking at the coming period from a positive point of view, and she said that the jobs would increase by 3.1 million, and then she told us what they have been doing as Kale Group and as part of their operations and also their social responsibility projects. So you are the founder and also the CEO of LC Waikiki. You're one of the most important exporters of Turkey, and you also provide many jobs. And so what's your, how do you look at this issue? What's your perspective? So how do you evaluate this, and what do you do? Hakan Bey, I'd like to greet all my colleagues, and I hope that this will be this program will be fruitful. I'm a different CEO, I'm a different profile, and I have experienced this skill gap in 3 different phases after I graduated from university, and so ready-to-wear was starting exploring. We were talking about MTM, time management, and also lean instruments. It is when I first experienced this skill gap. It was from 1990 to 1995, and also I experienced this gap for the second, and so we made a transit. We shifted to a dealership system in Turkey, but the largest skill gap was experienced with the economic crisis of 2001, and so there was no know-how about organized retail, and then we brought some expats from United States and other places, and we talked about what is buying and what is visual next, and first we learned things, and then we started teaching them in order to close the skill gaps. Unfortunately, those who graduate from universities do not know anything most of the time, and we train these people, and then these people started working in other places in the industry as well. So as we were 20 years ago, we set a vision, and we set it on the 100th anniversary of our republic. Atatürk had an objective of reaching the level of prosperous nations, and we wanted to be one of the top 3 exporters. And we said that if we can learn the skill level of Europeans and Americans, and if we can implement it, then we can reach that level as well. And then we always try to measure where we're standing and what the Europeans and Americans are doing. So we still haven't been able to achieve the labor force efficiency that the Americans achieved in 1900s. So we still employ 3 people for a job done by a single person in those countries. So when we compare ourselves to those countries, maybe the automotive industry has managed it partially, but the ready-to-wear industry hasn't achieved, for example, the implementation of agile production systems and also the establishment of quality control systems. So in these fields, so we are still lagging behind. And I regret to say that in our industry, in our sectors, so we went to Bangladesh and China to teach these things. However, unfortunately, we are lagging behind even the Bangladeshis and also the Chinese in certain points. And so the ready-to-wear industry has lost blood, and most of them shifted to construction or shopping malls or energy. So big investors have shifted to other industries, and other than a couple of big producers, it is mainly workshops producing ready-to-wear in Turkey. So what are we doing at the moment? On the one hand, so we are in order to introduce lean production instruments to our dyers and also to our production and points. We are making great efforts at the moment in order to achieve this transformation, because the transformation of the ready-to-wear industry is a must, because efficiency, cost, design, quality, and speed need to develop. So the retail industry is in the middle of a completely different transformation. The retail industry, over the last decade, we have faced three significant changes. So there were smaller shops, and in 1970s and 80s, so the dealership system started to be implemented in 1990, and in 2000s, organized retail has become part of our lives. Because we had a serious skills gap in that area, we didn't penetrate into developed countries. We made a couple of trials, but instead, we tended towards developing countries in which our skill sets would be necessary. We exist in 50 countries. So we are operating some 1,000 stores, and so in the days to come, we need to be successful in developed countries as well. And then so we need to develop our planning systems, and also a significant digital transformation has started in our industry. And so because those companies in the United States and America who failed to achieve this digital transformation have started to go bankrupt. And so this year, the companies started closing down 300, 500 stores every year. And so e-trade platforms and marketplaces are the main reason for this transformation. So they account for 30 to 50% of the market. That's why, and based on this reality, we have initiated a transformation process for ourselves. A tsunami has set out from America. It is disrupting Europe now, and it's getting close to our shores. And if we cannot achieve this transformation or change, then we'll be devastated by the tsunami as well. So 50 people are face to face with the risk of losing their jobs. and it may impact up to 300,000 people with our suppliers. So we have categorized change under 3 headings. One of them is skill change. I will tell you the codes. The second one is a leadership change, and the third one is a cultural change. Without these 3, change cannot be achieved. Because I work very closely to operations as a business analyst, and because I have play different roles, I can feel this really well. And we need to start change with the leaders, and so we are talking about reskilling or upskills our teams. If we as leaders if we fail, or unless we learn the good practices of the new era and also implement them, then we cannot talk about change. So we need inspiring leaders who can activate the team despite certain barriers. And I believe that this has to start with the CEO and also other top executives. On the one hand, we are working on this leadership change, and on the other hand, and so we have some conventional skills, and also ISO 9000, and also at efficiency MTM, and also we have some lean production instruments, and also data science skills should also be acquired as well. And what we need the most, there are certain occupations in which we really find difficult to find. So there's a need for data analysts and also data engineers who will process this data and also store this data, and we have 50 countries, 1,000 stores, and each with a different customer profile. So we will have hundreds of thousands of models, and we need to collect data about all this. And secondly, we need people to process this data and also to come up with insights based on this data. So we need analysts to make the best decisions based on this data. And we can't use the conventional or traditional methods to decide what product should be in what store. It is not difficult to determine this using conventional methods. So we need descriptive methods, and also so we need some predictive tools as well. We need engineers who can use these predictive tools really well, and also we need prescriptive tools who will tell us a recipe. And so we need people who can use analytical tools really well. And other than this, when it comes to e-trade, there is serious skill gaps in e-trade in terms of mobile applications, and also in the field of digital marketing as well. And so because the industry or the universities fail to train these people, the companies have no other option than transferring these people among each other. And also, so there's also brain drain from Turkey as well. And we're using skilled people, and we should find a way of retaining these people. We should be supporting startups. But I think what really matters most is, and so in addition to data scientists, we have another need, and we need system architects who will be designing end-to-end systems. And we also need, and so we need some lean and agile organization teams as well. And then we need performance management systems in order to retain our talent. And we need human resources experts as well. And then these skills. So you cannot make sure that people acquire the skills only in the classroom. And also, we need some new technologies and some new tools in order to support on-the-job training as well. And all these, and also we need discipline and also determination to make sure that all of these proceed simultaneously, and that three of our ministries are supporting this project, and also industry and the public are giving hand to hand, and also NGOs are also involved in the process is, I believe, of great importance. And while developing conventional skills, on the other hand, and we must make sure that these people start using data science tools as well. So whether they are industrial engineers or business administrators, maybe these people should learn coding, maybe even before learning a foreign language. These are of utmost importance. So these people should know how to code computers, and also they should know about, they should be knowledgeable about machine learning. There are some new languages, so people shouldn't be intimidated by these. I was lucky. I was studying mechanical engineering in 1980s, and because I learned coding in those days, because I used computers to do my homework in those days, so it may be very important even to be aware of the importance of this. So we will either achieve this change or we will disappear. I think we should set out with this determination. Thank you very much, Mr. Küçük.
Thank you very much for your clear messages. These are the issues that we need to face. I hope that we can further discuss these issues at another meeting. I now would like to invite Mr. Gürcan Karakaş. Hello, Mr. Karakaş. Hello to all. Mustafa Küçük said that they always compare themselves as a company to European companies. And he said we have a lot of redundancies, but this is not the case at the automotive sector. You are a representative of the automotive industry. How do you see it? You are producing the automobile of Turkey. Everybody is talking about agility. What do you think of this? I heard that you don't even have an organizational chart. Is that correct? Please explain to us. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I will share my screen because I have a PowerPoint presentation. Mustafa Bey mentioned that we are waiting for a tsunami and we need to prepare ourselves. It is a correct metaphor. So the automotive industry is no exception, and we have to prepare ourselves for the future. What do we mean by a tsunami? The rules of the game is changing. There are reasons for this. We are trying to meet the needs of our customers and the expectations. The needs of our customers are changing. So we need to produce not only automobiles, but also smart devices, because the automobile is like a living space for them. Can we go to the next slide? I will continue. There are mega trends, and we are just viewing them in 3 dimensions. There's the technology leg, there are rapid changes in electric vehicles, connected vehicles, so autonomous driving is becoming very important. Smart devices, smart houses are becoming trendy, so the needs and expectations of the customers are changing. Environmental awareness is becoming even more important. So we need to create the differences by considering all aspects. Yes, the rules of the game is changing. The criteria for success is also changing. There are 8 criteria for success. Among this is an agile organization with up-to-date competencies is very important. So what are the skills that are needed? One is about organizations, the other about individuals. So skills for the organizations and skills for the individuals should be considered when talking about skills. We looked at different companies and try to predict who will be the winners in the future. Not the ones with the bigger capitals, but the ones with a higher intellectual capital. I mean, the ones who are more innovative, who are more agile, more open to collaborations, and these companies will be able to respond to the needs of end users. These will be the winners in the future. When we're talking about mobility, technology is changing rapidly. The smart devices are changing rapidly. We need to prepare ourselves well. We need to have a holistic approach. We have a 15-year program. We have certain predictions. We are looking at certain scenarios. We need competent employees all the time. We need to have a user-focused approach, and we need to have an agile organization. It's not only about flexibility. From our point of view, an agile organization is clearly cross-functional. And there is decentralized decision-making. Self-organizing teams working together towards a certain goal. We don't need a hierarchy in this approach. We don't have any luxury to make a mistake in order to have a good market share. So we are working with the best people, most competent people. We have two main objectives. The first objective is that to create a 100% Turkish brand. We want to create a global brand from our country. If we can do that, we can sell it to everywhere. It will provide us flexibility and independence. The next objective we have is to establish the core of mobility ecosystem. We are building smart cities, smart infrastructures, smart networks. We are depending on data-based workflows. There are new startups, new entrepreneurs in the market, and we are trying to collaborate with all of these people, and we are looking for such an ecosystem. We talked about some organizational skills. How should an organization operate? Look at these pictures. These are not conventional meetings. There is no conventional decision-making process. We are open to innovation, new ideas. Everybody's ideas are welcomed. Based on the needs of our customers, we are just deciding altogether. On the bottom right-hand side, there is like a tunnel or funnel. We have foreseen certain scenarios and what kind of startups could be related to us, and we have identified 250 startups, and we made agreements with 22 of them. This is how we do business. In the next slide, we will talk about our team. What kind of traits we are looking for in our teams, working towards a certain objective and meaning. Yes, the company asks something from you, but the team should also find meaning in this purpose. So the purpose of the team should be in line with the purpose of the company. Another important trait we are looking for is autonomy. We don't have a lot of experience and information accumulation. So taking initiative is important. So hierarchy is not very important in this structure. In order to reach the solution, you need to take responsibility, and accountability is important. So all these teams should be operating autonomously, and all of the members of these teams should be competent and should have an attitude towards life. There is nothing that is impossible. We are questioning everything. We are looking for individuals who are questioning everything and who are curious about the world that they are living in. Now, what are we looking for in individuals? Of course, experience, performance, and competence conventionally. These are the things that we are looking for. But now, in addition to these, we are looking for other skills as well, so that we can be prepared against tsunamis and earthquakes. We are looking for mainly four traits in the individuals. One is a willingness to be a lifelong student. There is no end to education. Secondly, emotional stability is important because the world is changing rapidly. If you're not emotionally stable, you always wait for something to motivate you. But in chaos, we need people who can move on, who are emotionally stable. Intellectual capacity is also something we're looking for. The ones who can see the big picture are valuable. Who can think strategically are valuable for us. At the center of everything is the human. We have imported 24 colleagues from abroad. These people were the best. And 1 in every 2 employee has at least a master's degree. Is this enough? No. Besides creating the smart devices, we need to have new collaborations and acquire new skills. This is an ongoing process. Our battery is going to be produced in Turkey, and this is our smart device. If you haven't seen it before, we are looking forward to it.
We have moved into an intellectual intensive, and he said that he considers intellectual and industrial property very important. Being open to this process very important. So lifelong learning is standing out. It is not sufficient to be wanting something, and you need to have the necessary knowledge, and then a wish should be settled on a meaning. So that there are so many parameters. So how do you look at this topic, and I'd like to hear your view and also your suggestions if you have any. First and foremost, Gurcan Bey and expressed the mobility ecosystem really well. So about intellectual capital. So our material development is ahead of our intellectual development. Was we still have a long way to go about our material development, but our intellectual development is lagging behind. So I'd like to start with COVID, and I'd like to also observe my time, because COVID has changed consumer preferences and also production models in logistics and also supply areas, and it has also introduced some new concepts into our lives. And we will talk about this. We have already talked about digitalization and also artificial intelligence. However, this process is coming into our lives more rapidly than we thought, and also we talked about resource diversity, but this also showed us the risks of being depending on limited sources, and logistics is a prerequisite, is a sine qua non, but we need to talk about logistics we need to talk about logistics with accessibility as well. The concept of supply chain was important, but now it has a central position in our lives, and those who were able to maintain their supply chain despite COVID will be the winners of this process. When this pandemic first broke out, so employees were asked what the drivers of remote working in their company were, as and so the last parameter was COVID-19. Other than all the executives and everyone, so a phenomenon which has impacted our lives to this extent will also impact all the skills and also the talents needed. So no matter what the driving force is, the production of the future will be different, and also trade will be different as well. Then we're in a position where we have to train skills accordingly. And so there have been reference to certain figures. So if we can achieve these skills, and so we will have an additional production of $11.5 billion worth of additional production. And then so there's a carrot for us, which is very important. And also, other than the numerical dimension, Hakan Bey, you also touched upon the employment market should take its share from this growth, but it has to do with, it is important for the sustainability and also the inclusivity of this growth. Another important point for the project, so we have the public and private sector and also NGOs, and also an expansion, and also visibility is important as well, and I believe that we will do our bit. So I'll try to avoid repeating certain points, and so I'd like to start by touching upon problem solving. So no matter what you do, what your job is, first you need to understand a problem. So I'm a mechanical engineer, just like Gurcan Bey and Mustafa Bey. We look at things analytically. First, we need to understand a problem, and we should be able to sense the problem without it occurs, and we should be developing alternatives. These are very important titles for us. And also agility and flexibility are important. Gurcan Bey has already touched upon that. It is mainly used for organizations, but in order for organizations to have these qualities, and I think the competences and also the skills of their employees is very important as well. And also rapid adaptation to new technologies is, for example, an area where this will be important. And so we are in the communication age, and so we use this very often. And what are the underlying reasons for this? We using the infrastructure of technology and also using communication, means of communication is very important during the pandemic. And for example, when we have physical proximity, we can continue our lives uninterruptedly thanks to technology. When we say technology is important for communication, but communication cannot be based on our technological infrastructure solely. Both today and tomorrow, we will need, we will also be needing communication skills. You can express this in in different ways. As far as I can see, communication has four main pillars: the message itself, secondly, the one who gives the message, and the one who receives the message, and also the channels of the message. So essentially, we are talking about giving a message to your interlocutor. So no matter how good your service or product, if you fail to communicate with your interlocutors in a timely and effective manner, then this means that you are failing in communication. So your success falls short. So I believe that communication skills are really important. And as a last heading, leadership and managerial skills. There has been a previous reference on this. So the meaning of leadership has changed within time, and it has gained some new meanings. In the past, when we talked about a leader, we talked about someone who had a team, who set certain targets for the team, and so we defined them as people who inspire their teams. Gurjan also touched upon some other parameters of leadership, and so leadership, and also uh, management were overlapping, or they are intermingled. However, in order to be a leader, you don't need an office or a certain title. And so leadership qualities can stand out regardless of people's titles. And in addition to developing leadership and also managerial skills, entrepreneurship is very important, and also digitalization should be seen in the same pot, Hakan Bey. And last of all, yes, we have talked about all these concepts, and we have talked about what they will bring about. And we should also question whether the people all around the world can benefit from these skills and concepts as much as they should do. As I believe that as the business world, this is one of the bits to do for us. And I hope I have observed my time. I'd like to extend my thanks to the organizers and to the participants of this event. And I never leave meetings earlier, but so I postponed my program to 1300, although it was supposed to start at 12 o'clock, but I'll have to leave in a couple of minutes in order to attend another meeting. Yes, you just thank you very much for all the things you said. And I believe that this pandemic has brought about some good things into our lives as well. You already touched upon them, but now some unicorns are coming out of Turkey. Some billion-dollar companies starting from zero are now coming out of Turkey. May I about what you said? If you ask me what the most important gain of the pandemic, and I think we can easily see out of the box and we can break the molds. We can break our patterns. I will ask it to Mr. Tuncay Tütek. The floor is yours. First of all, I'd like to welcome you.
Hello, Mr. Tütek. We apologize for this delay. I now would like to give the floor to you. You are experiencing this process, but you're also shaping it. Please share your experiences with us. What are your suggestions for this process? Hello. Closing the skill gap is crucial for us because we are operating in an area where there is a huge skill deficit. So I would like to thank everyone for organizing this meeting and program. In 2015, we started our business and we started bringing supermarket products to users in 10 minutes. What we are selling here is time. Time is crucial, especially for people living in metropolitan areas. We have brought millions of orders and we managed this in 10 minutes thanks to our technologies. People see us as a logistic company with our couriers in their uniforms and motorcycles. But we also see ourselves as a technological company. Everyone is thinking that we grew because of COVID. No, this is not true. We have started our company in 2015, and each year we doubled our growth. But COVID accelerated your growth, maybe, but you need to have the infrastructure to be able to grow. Maybe our image benefited from the pandemic, but we grew because of growing our infrastructures, our warehouses. The use of smart devices really helped us grow our business. Companies like us are redefining ways of making business. In the areas that we're playing in, there is still a huge room for improvement. We've started from Istanbul and we've spread to all around Turkey, and then we brought our company to London. I was in Paris afterwards. I also promoted our company there. So we are growing continuously. There's huge interest to our company. In March, our total of our assets was $2.6 billion, and now this month we reached to $7 billion, and we have reached to the 48th place in the rankings of unicorn companies. Intellectual property rights is actually very important. That's why our company is valued so highly. And we are doing this with our 18,000 employees. We are working with employees from 37 countries. So we are like a United Nations. And 16,000 of these employees are based in Turkey. In the UK, we have more than 1,000 employees. Okay, the picture looks so good, but our biggest problem in growth is the skills deficit, and the biggest deficit is about technology. We have more than 500 employees working in our technology department, but if I can find more qualified people, I can easily grow my technology department 3 times. But we don't have enough software engineers, and we are losing some competent people to abroad, but we started regaining them back. We have launched technology offices in Ankara and Izmir, and we will continue this trend in major cities around the world, from Pakistan to Nigeria, from Ireland to Uganda. We have software developers from 12 countries. Getir started like a software company, but as we grew our business, we started managing huge data. We have many functions, and most of these functions are self-managing, and so we are lacking data engineers. Another important point is user experience. This is an area that we are lacking. There are millions of people visiting our app, and we need to create a frictionless interface so that our customers can have a good experience, but we don't have enough people that can develop this app. We want to have a carbon-free production. We are trying to choose electric vehicles. Perhaps in the future we can use autonomous devices. Are humans going to be eliminated in that case? No. I have created job opportunities for 18,000 people, but we are not going to lose all these people. These people are going to be relocated. So people are not going to lose their jobs, but they're going to be relocated and re-employed. Other than that, in our small warehouses, we need industrial designers, because we have so many orders every second. We need to develop the Internet of Objects. We need people for that, and we need that also for following our motorcycles. After building our company, we have built a few sub-applications and sub-companies, and we are working with thousands of restaurants. We are also training all these shopkeepers in digital literacy. But of course, there is a deficit in skill sets. Similarly, technological literacy is very important for all our employees, for our couriers, our carriers, and when they can use technology well, then it gives me time, and also I can operate without a carbon print. We need also human resources to deal with, to manage all these employees. And as a country, we have a deficit there. So we need to bring people from abroad. We started exporting humans to other countries. These people go abroad and they promote our system and company. We did really some remarkable technological developments in Turkey. For example, in digital games, in e-commerce, there were significant developments as a country. As a country, I believe that we can shorten the gap and can be a pioneer, one of the pioneer countries in the world in technology. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, Hakan. How are you, Mr. Hakan? Yeah, congratulations. That's true. Everyone is very surprised why you have such kind of a zebra at the background, but that's true. Before he passed away, this is a photo that is taken by him. So thank you for recognizing this photo. And so we would like to commemorate. Thank you a lot, and I would like to salute all the participants. So we have a delay in the program, and I don't want to repeat what have been uttered before. And first of all, I can say that this is a very timely initiative, and so this is very important that we are part of this because we are just carrying another mission for our country. Thank you for this opportunity. And as all the speakers have mentioned before, the technology is this rapid progress in the technology increases the need for qualified workforce, and so we have we're in many sectors, and every day the qualified workforce is really increasing. One of the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that the digital transformation should be realized, and if we cannot increase their numbers, if we cannot increase the numbers of the companies like Getir, it's impossible for us to be competitive in the future, and we cannot be a prosperous culture. And of course, all the skills are not only digital focused, so the sustainability is also a very important theme, especially with the green agreement. And also for us and for the other companies, that's very important. There are some international regulations, and there's some internal regulations, and they're very important for the Sustainable Development Goals. They're very much interlapping. And digital transformation and the green transformation are just one of the business models for the future. So we can say that it is reshaping everything from beginning to the end. So in this kind of a future, if you can just serve the sustainable issues, and if you are also a digital company, you have a very big chance of being successful. And we also know that most of the jobs will not be existing, like two-thirds of the jobs will not be existing in the future. They're always talking about this. But recently, while we're having a discussion with the rector of our university, the communication is so fast that we IoT, the other kinds of things. So when we add those kind of curriculums, even this is getting old. All the automation, for instance, the machinery. So when you teach something within the curriculum, it becomes old very suddenly. So rather than this, the creativity and those kind of upskilling is very important. We need professionals in terms of creativity. What I say is the most important skills of future is critical thinking and creativity, entrepreneurship, and so lifelong learning and leadership. Those are very important skills, and within the scope of this program we need to make the definitions of the skills, and it's not only limited with the technology, but we have to think about the other characteristic formation. So this is very important, and we need to focus on this. And the other important thing is these technical and vocational trainings, we need to increase the number of those people, and also in order to match them with qualified work, we need to give them education, industry, and our employment policies should be hand in hand. They should be designed under the same policy. And that's the reason why I am very happy to see that this program is also being realized with the partnership of 3 different ministries. And this program is really encouraging for the future of this topic. And also, in addition to that, with the other countries and in the other programs in the other countries, we need to establish a global network mechanism, and this is also very important. One of the most important potential of Turkey is again the workforce, and so the strategic investment, the return on investment should be the investment on the labor force. And the coach group from the HR, and we are always running so many projects to support this, and we are supporting the sustainability. I just want to talk about a couple of them. And maybe the most memorable one is the one year between the 2006 and 2013. And so this is the project called Vocational High School Matters for the Nation. And we implemented between 2006 and 2013 with the cooperation of Ministry of National Education and the support of the Vehbi Koç Foundation. We created an awareness in all segments of the society about the importance of the vocational and technical education for the national economy. So as we told you before, this is very important to have this kind of a collaboration in between different institutions. And here again, we had Türk Confed, TÜSİAD, and TİSK, and with the Ministry of National Education, we carry out these studies to and expanded it throughout our stakeholders. And also in 2018, we took an action to create an innovative school private sector cooperation model that focuses on the 21st century skills will contribute to the transformation of the Industry 4.0. And again, we realized this with the Ministry of National Education, IBM, and the Development Workshop. And we developed a model that focuses on students, teachers, and industry representatives to think and produce together. And we are working with the Ministry of National Education. And so we contributed to the renewal of the curriculum of the professional development course, which is still used by approximately 500,000 students. And the new name of this course, which is based on the 21st century skills, design-oriented thinking, and updated with the student-centric content. And we are also creating some physical workshop courses, and we created a new standard. As you also know, that most of the lessons are created in those kind of workshops, and sometimes they're using very old-fashioned techniques and curriculums. And we created a new standard. For instance, we established a sample workshop, and like in the other all the projects, we did some trainers training program, and also 51,000 teachers are being reached. And recently We are also running so many projects related with the Koç Group human resources. And as you also know that we have 100,000 colleagues, and we operate in more than 40 countries in more than 10 sectors, I can say that, and our average age is 34. And our rate of Y and Z generation employees is 72%, is such a high ratio. And 17% of our colleagues work in different countries of the world. And so we believe this is really making us very powerful, and we're running a comprehensive human resources development and transformation program under the brand LEAD in order to provide our colleagues with the managerial and digital competencies they will need in the business world of tomorrow. From the new recruits to the senior managers, we do have different programs. And there's a wide spectrum for leadership programs customized for every level to technology focus areas such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT, digital marketing. And also we cooperate with the world's best educational institutions such as Harvard Business School, McKinsey, Koç University, Columbia Business School, MIT School of Oxford. And we, as Koç Group, we will be happy to present the experience we have gained from all these studies to the benefit of our stakeholders in shaping the right strategies for our country, because we see this as a responsibility, because the progress and the future is actually hidden, and just including all the stakeholders. We need this kind of a stakeholders partnership, and we do believe that this is our responsibility. As my personal responsibility, I just want to give you another perspective. And all the researchers are showing that there's a gap, generation gap. There is a gender gap, and so I think this is a serious threat, especially this is valid for the technological issues. And the woman employment, rather than increasing, there's a threat of decreasing in the future. And that's the reason why while we're trying to combat against the skills gap, we need to consider the gender equality in financial issues. We have measurements, we have KPIs, and about this issue also we should be meticulous and careful, and we should measure it. Otherwise, we cannot just make good intentions, and we cannot just make wishful thinking. And we cannot just wish for those kind of things without measuring. And so this is very important. We should pay attention to this gender equality in the future businesses. If we cannot do that, really, in the future, we cannot guarantee that there will be an even opportunity for the boys and girls. I can say that, and I hope that this program will be very fruitful for everyone. First of all, to our country, and I would like to thank all the speakers.
Women were very important in the development of our country. I would like to thank all the representatives of the business world. I think we had a fruitful session. I learned quite a lot. So I didn't want to interrupt these speakers. That's why we have a delay. I apologize for that. We now have a short break, 15-minute break. We will continue with a panel after the break. The public policies and programs about the jobs of the future and skills of the future. We will have distinguished speakers, Naci Gündoğan, Ahmet Erdem, Mr. Til Leopold, and Mr. Fatih Kaçır. So see you in 15 minutes. Thank you again.
So we're in the kickoff meeting of the Closing the Skills Gap Accelerator program, and we will now continue with the panel. And in the opening session, we have received very important messages both from our ministers and also the representatives of the business world. And in this panel, we will talk about the public policies and programs in the field of the jobs and also skills of the future. We have very valuable speakers. Now I will invite them to the screen and I will introduce them to you, and I will kindly ask them to share their messages with you. Now, before we move on to our panel, let's take a family photo taken, even albeit remotely, so that we can maintain our tradition of having a photo taken. Now let's take our photo, if that's okay for the technical people as well. Could you please raise your hands or wave to the screen so that we can greet those who are watching at Mr. Leopold? Just wave your hands. Okay, that's okay. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, I think we have solved the most difficult part of it. And while discussing the public policies and programs in the field of the jobs and skills of the future, so I'd like to give the floor to our Deputy Minister of Labor and Social. Deputy Minister of Industry and Technology, Mr. Fatih Kaçar. As mentioned before, as addressed in the previous speeches, it is always highlighted that this process has been accelerated by COVID, and also, and we already Industry 4.0 has brought about a change, but this has been accelerated even further in this transformation. So we already have an existing labor force, and in the face of such an important impact, so what should be done so that our existing labor force will have the necessary or suitable skills? Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'd like to greet our Deputy Minister and all the panelists and also the viewers with respect, and I wish you all a healthy day. As you said, digital transformation has gained great momentum with the pandemic, and with the pandemic, two fundamental concepts stood out. One of them is digital transformation, and the other one is self-competence. Starting from the first days of the pandemic, and the self-competence of many countries has been questioned. And so very developed countries had great difficulty in meeting the most fundamental basic needs of their citizens, and it has also made it necessary to look at large supply chains with a different view. Maybe a change that was expected to take place within 5 or 10 years in digital transformation became a reality within a year's time. Remote learning, remote education, and also remote health, and also remote meetings and conferences and remote working, and many these practices have become parts of our lives. And also e-trade, the share of e-trade has increased very rapidly, and all digital transformation will continue to be parts of lives rapidly. And digital transformation has a significant impact on labor force as well, because it also brings about some new competences and also skills as well. Over the recent times, the developing technologies can not only do things that can be done by people, but we begin to see that they can do these things better than people do, in a more flexible way and in a less expensive way. So the robots are now transforming the labor force market as well. And both individuals and also organizations and public administrations and also for the societies, there are three options in digital transformation. One of them is to resist this transformation, try to maintain their habits, and another option is to adapt themselves to this change and to try to meet the needs of this transformation. And a third option is to lead this transformation, and we believe that the third option will bring brand new opportunities for Turkey. And within this period, especially, so we need to create labor force that's competent enough to benefit these technologies, and we also want to create the competences that can also create these technologies as well. So these should be our two main targets, two indispensable or integral targets. As the Ministry of Industry and Technology, we have a responsibility to make sure that our manufacturing industry plays a leading role in this transformation. So digital competences needed in the manufacturing industry, especially we have some industrial cities. So we are now establishing model factories in Ankara, Konya, Gaziantep, İzmir, Adana, and Mersin. We have model factories, and in these factories, so the labor force of our industry, about energy efficiency, about, for example, lean transformation. People now are learning by doing, and we have learn and transform programs. People now are gaining some experience and taking this experience to their own organizations with them. So we continue to provide these training programs. So our main stakeholders are chambers of industry, and in some cities, our municipalities are contributing to these programs as well. We will continue to expand this project, and we will establish models and factories and also competence centers in other provinces as well. And we will try to accelerate the transformation of our manufacturing industry. And so with MAX, so we have established one of the fourth industrial revolution centers in Istanbul. It has been commissioned and in Istanbul, and it will contribute to the digital transformation of SMEs, and we will be contributing to this transformation by making sure that we help employees acquire new skills. And studies show that 6 out of every 10 professions will be possible through automation. 30% of these occupations will be possible through automation, and some of our labor force will be losing their existing jobs, but they'll also have a chance to get access to many more jobs through some new competences or skills as well. And every country has named this transformation differently based on their approach, and we don't see approaches that focus on labor force very much. This digital transformation will cause certain jobs to disappear. And I think this should be the case because the world has been experiencing this for tens of years. But we also have the opportunity to have brand new jobs. So instead of resisting this change or keeping up with it or adapting to this change, I think we should be leading this change. It has a study with McKinsey last year, and I'd like to make a quotation from it. There are some, employment stands at 28 million at the moment, and by the year 2028, it's expected to increase to 35 million. So So the jobs of 7.5 million people will disappear because of digitalization. However, as a result of the efficiency and also economic growth to be caused by digitalization, 9 million new jobs can be created, and also 2 million brand new roles and occupations can also be included in the employment market, and there will be an increase from 28 million to 33 million. If we can prepare our human resources for this process, then this may even go up to 36 million. So there are some sustainable energy experts or cybersecurity experts and also artificial intelligence supported maintenance technicians and many other roles and are now becoming parts of our lives, and they will continue to do so. And so we have a human value who are in employment at the moment, and we need to prepare both our people who are in employment at the moment, and also we need to prepare our youth for them as well. And I've seen Max as well, and it is incredible. It is very exciting, and I think it excites young people even more. But you also put you are talking about digital transformation. We are in the technology era, in the automation era. So young generations should be prepared for the jobs of the future. But what do you do in order to prepare young people for the jobs of the future? Thank you so much. Yes, I've just tried to express it. There are still 28 million people who are in employment. And so 7 million of these 28 million jobs will disappear, will be eliminated, but more of it will come into our lives, and we need to be prepared for this. If you make a general categorization, what is disappearing and what is coming into our lives? In terms of competence, so basic competences and physical competences, and so manual labor will get less and less. But so we are talking about technology competences, and so scientific research competences, and also the digital competences, and also competences in the field of data analytics are standing out. Entrepreneurship, as you put emphasis in the morning session, and also communication skills, adaptation competences, and soft skills, creativity, and interpreting complicated information, critical thinking, and decision making. So, and also advanced cognitive competences are standing out, are coming to the forefront. That's why. So we're in efforts to prepare our youth, our young people, with the skills. I see mobility is going through an amazing transformation, and we hope that talk and will create an international strong brand, and also talk will also be a platform, and that will add power to Turkey. And I can say that it's already adding power to Turkey, because they're already engaging in very important activities with the startup in Turkey. For autonomous, driverless cars are one of the biggest revolutions in the automotive industry. Maybe in the coming 5 or 10 years, we will have fewer cars needing drivers. If we can provide a truck driver or a van, maybe we will not have the opportunity to upskill a van driver to keep up with this, but we should find ways of employing this person in another industry. But we must make sure that their children acquire the competences that's needed to survive in the age of driverless and cars. So autonomous cars. So our average average age of our population is 32, and we invest heavily in our young people, as mentioned by our minister in the opening speeches tomorrow, and so we have introduced 42 a call to 42 software programming school, coding school into Turkey, and soon some 2,500 software developers will be receiving training and education in their schools, and as a result of a totally objective competence assessment, and so we admit those candidates who exhibit that they have a potential in this area. There is peer training, and so we also provide project-based training to these people. We are very hopeful about this. Yes, software is the heart of technologies, and we have some 180,000 software developers, but soon we would like to increase this number to above 500,000. Of course, we have to work hard for this. Without needing trainers, we need a software platform, and it is important that we'll be training software developers using a platform. In our try and do workshops, we are trying to determine the most successful 1%, and also as the Ministry of Industry and Technology, we have opened this, so we will expand this to 81 provinces of Turkey, and we will have a total of 100 workshops. So many in a couple of years, so many students will be trained in nanotechnology and also the Internet of Things and many other areas. And also we have competitions in Technofest, and so we design all these competitions to embody all these skills. There's 250,000 young people are participating in these competitions, and in organized industrial zones, we attach importance to vocational education, because we want industrialists to have a say in vocational education and training. We want them to be involved in this training, and at present there are 81 vocational and technical high schools in 72 organized industrial zones, and we have some 70,000 students in all these schools. We consider entrepreneurship to be very important. We increase our support for entrepreneurship every passing year, and we continue to invest in our young people, and we will continue to contribute to the transformation of our existing labor force as well. So the public should do its bit, do its part, and of course, and so I think we must work with our private sector and with our universities and NGOs as well, and also, and we'll be much better prepared for the 100th anniversary of our republic. And I'd like to greet you all once again. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. You have given very important messages.
Unfortunately, we are out of time. Otherwise, I would make some comments. Maybe later on we can discuss these issues. I now would like to invite Dr. Naci Gündoğan from the Higher Education Institute. Of course, you're dealing with our youth. I think the youth should be our priority. So your institution has a very important role to play. Now I would like to ask you, as the institution planning the university education in Turkey, what are your preparations? Everybody is talking about change and transformation. But the minister, dear minister, said that we need new jobs. Yes, but the important question is to be able to adapt ourselves to those new jobs. So what kind of plans do you have for the future? So the floor is yours. Thank you. Hello to everybody. As you mentioned, automation has become very important in this new transformation. So we cannot continue our conventional approaches in this era of transformation. University education is obviously affected a lot from this transformation. Not only university education, but the whole education was under the influence of this change and transformation. Just like in all areas, we also have to update ourselves. In 2019, we held a workshop, and the title of the workshop was "The Futures of the Jobs of the Future." Representatives of the business world came, people from occupational chambers came, and the president just participated. As a result, we also formed working groups with our stakeholders. So in different disciplines, we try to investigate what kind of preparations do we need to make, and what kind of changes do we have to make in our educational programs of the universities. So as a result of these working groups, we had made some suggestions for universities, which courses they should be offering. For example, web design and coding, hybrid devices, mobile technologies, artificial intelligence, and we have increased our courses and programs in these areas, also data analysis, cybersecurity. So technological programs have been prioritized. In the last 5 years, there's an important project that we are carrying out, and the aim of this project is to educate and give PhD degrees to students in these technological areas. We are also cooperating with our ministries and other stakeholders, and we have to be up to date. We have to decide carefully what kind of thematic areas we can identify so that we can encourage and support our PhD students in health sciences, in social sciences, in engineering, network technologies, smart technologies, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, sustainable water resources, vaccination, development. It's not enough only to launch new programs. We also need to update the current curriculum. We have started a digital transformation in higher education. And we offered digital literacy courses to more than 60,000 students. And this was particularly important in this pandemic period. And we see that this practice was highly successful. This pandemic process, in fact, made the competition among universities even more intense. Nowadays, there are more competitors in the market. There are some technology key companies. They have launched certain online training programs, and they are giving certificates. Like Coursera, there are some e-learning platforms, like Google Academy. They're giving trainings and giving certificates that are recognized all around the world. So as universities, we need to break our walls or conventions. We need to see this crisis also as an opportunity. In the US, there was some work by Lubbock. In 2013, more than 70% of the people in the US think that university education is very important. In 2019, only 6 years later, and this ratio dropped down to 50%. So half of the Americans think that university education is important. This was before the pandemic. I think that this ratio is even should be lower now during the pandemic. So the universities have to renew themselves. You asked us what kind of preparations we have. Yes, we are launching certain programs and updating our curriculum. But this is not all we do. Other than the young population we have, there are already people working in the field. We need to offer something to these adults. We have to offer lifelong learning programs to these adults so that they can adapt to this new era. So in universities, we have continuous education centers, and we are also offering certificate programs for these adult employees. These people already graduated from university some years ago. But now perhaps what they have learned has become obsolete. We have to continuously renew their knowledge. Thank you so much. I now would like to invite Mr. Ahmet Erdem, Deputy Minister of
So welcome, Mr.
Labor and
Minister.
Social Security.
Well, both Mr. Fatih, as expressed by both Fatih Kacır and also Mr. Naci Gündoğan, I think it has laid the groundwork as the Ministry of Labor and Social Security right in the middle of this. So if we talk about three pillars, and if we call one of them the spine, so your ministry is in charge of implementing all this framework. So labor markets. And so there's an ambiguous definition because there are so many parameters involved. There is uncertainty, and there's also a complexity as well, because it's not easy to be struggling with this. So can you please tell us about the programs that you're implementing at the ministry and your perspective and of this? And we can't wait to hear what you have to say. Thank you so much. And I'm so pleased to be with you for the kick-off meeting of the Closing the Skills Gap Accelerator program. And I hope that this program, which started with the opening remarks of our ministers this morning, will be beneficial for our country. And so the crisis caused by the COVID-19 global pandemic has caused serious impacts and pressures on all the economies of the world, and also so we have implemented active and passive labor market policies in our country. So the impact of Corona-19 has been felt heavily in our country, and also passive also policies have saved the lives of employers and employees as well. And thanks to our passive employment programs, and we have supported our employees who were laid off as the Ministry of Labor and also Social Security. We have provided some monetary support and also unemployment benefits and normalization support, and also we have provided some significant support for our employers as well, and 9.5 million people benefited from this support provided by our ministry as the short work benefit, as cash support. So we have provided 11.4 billion Turkish liras, and as employment benefits we have provided 5.9 billion Turkish liras. So a total of 55 billion Turkish liras have been spent to provide support for our citizens, and so we have some courses and programs as part of our active employment programs, and to provide decent jobs for people in a sustainable way, and so we are also helping employers to find the labor force they need. Distinguished participants, Industry 4.0 is one of the buzzes in the world, and also it also involves a systematic transformation. Industry 4.0 does not only mean the start of a new technology or adaptation to a new way of working, but it involves a much more comprehensive transformation. And in line with the digitalization in industry and the developments in AI and also 3D printing and some other fields are being nourished by each other. So the transformation that we are going through is affecting the production, consumption, and also working life patterns. With this transformation, some new fields of employment are expected to emerge. However, and it is also estimated that new skills will be needed in many occupations and jobs. That's why the state employees and how the employers, employees, and the state will react to this change is of great importance. And those efforts to be made in order to close the skill gaps is important not only for the present day but also for the future as well. And we hope that so our labor force and young people will adapt to this change. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to increase and also maintain employment and in order to reduce unemployment, and also in order to include those groups which require a special policy into employment, we have some active labor force policies and also from 2002 to May 2021, 4.3 million citizens have benefited from these programs, for which 12.9 billion Turkish liras has been spent. And also we try to make sure that these people acquired some new skills in order to increase their employability in line with the needs of the labor markets, and by increasing the skills and competences of individuals to facilitate their entry into labor force. We are organizing some vocational courses within the body of our ministry, and some training modules approved by universities are being used in these courses. After the completion of these courses, the participants take certain exams and they are given certificates approved by universities or some other educational institutions. And at least 50% of the participants are employed for at least 120 days, which is equal to the length of this training, and they are paid 35 to 70 liras as pocket money during their participation in the course, and also they have general health insurance, and also labor institution pays the health premiums, and also there's occupational hazard insurance of these people during the course of their participation in these courses. And we all women are, so we also provide cash support of up to 400 liras for women because they are looking after their children from age 2 to 5. And so we have spent 2.1 billion Turkish liras for the funding of these courses. And ladies and gentlemen, another active labor market policy aims to make sure that people who are looking for work acquire new skills and competences. So we want to increase the employability of these people. Employers can request up to 30% of their employees, and so these programs are organized with promise of at least 50% employment. Cybersecurity and also cloud computing and also coding are some of the occupations of our era and also of the future, and so we have on the job trainings of a maximum of 9 months for young people of 18 to 29 months in these fields, and so they are paid by the labor institution, and also so they are paid 115 liras to these participants, and throughout the program, so insurances and also premiums for general health insurance are paid for by the labor institution as well. And we started our on-the-job training in 2009, and till the end of May in 2021, more than 2 million citizens of ours have benefited. 49% of the participants have been women and 51% have been young people. From 2009 to the end of May 2021, we have spent 9.5 billion Turkish liras. In private sector enterprises which employ more than 50 people, there is a liability to employ at least 3% of handicapped people. If it's not obeyed, some administrative fines are collected from these places, and they are used by the ministry in order to provide grant support to people to enable people to found their own jobs. And today, we provide grant support up to 65,000 liras to handicapped people who would like to start their own businesses. And so far, we have provided a total of 143 million Turkish liras worth of support to these people. The global economy is being reshaped because of the period we are going through. For those, there are some very important opportunities will come up for those countries who can manage this process in the right way, and in order to make sure that our country fulfills its targets for the year 2023, we are also engaging in certain activities within our ministry as well, and then we will raise the standards of vocational courses in information technologies even higher, and then we have started providing these courses. So we are providing courses for cybersecurity experts and also in game development experts and also system and network expertise. So we have some special quality courses, and we have provided 8,000. So we have provided 8,000 young people with vocational education in this field, and in order to get rid of the negative impacts of COVID-19, and in order to create a protective shield for employment, and we will continue to implement and also practice our active and passive workforce programs. And the way to prosperous days goes through solidarity and unity. In the leadership of World Economic Forum, I hope that the Closing the Skills Gap Accelerator program will serve to sharing national experiences, and I hope that this program will be beneficial for all the stakeholders. To sum up and concluding my words, I'd like to greet you all once again with respect.
Now we are running out of time. I would like to invite Mr. Till Leopold from the World Economic Forum, Head of Action Initiatives. Mr. Leopold is an expert in the future jobs of the future and the skills of the future. So he can share his valuable experiences with us. He has been actively involved in this program, accelerator program. He has been involved in many projects. I have to ask him the following. In order to prepare us for the future, what should the policymakers do so that we can prepare ourselves for the future? What kind of things should be prioritized? Thank you. The floor is yours. Çok teşekkür ederim. Saygıdeğer panelistler zaten bu konuya değindi. Ama 2020 hakikaten bizi kötü vurdu. Bir taraftan çalışma yöntemlerimiz değişmek zorunda kaldı. Öte yandan COVID-19 bildiğiniz gibi temel olarak bu değişim sürecini daha da hızlandırdı. Küresel olarak şirketlerin %82 uzaktan çalışma yöntemine geçti ve dijitalleşmeye bu şirketlerin büyük bir kısmı daha fazla yatırım yapmaya başladı. Bu pandemi süreci zor olsa da şuna inanıyoruz. Geleceğe umutla bakabiliriz. Bazı insanlar tabii ki işlerinden olmak zorunda kalacaklar ama öte yandan pek çok başka meslek de ortaya çıkmakta bu süreçte. Ve hızlandırma programımızda bu açıdan bakıyoruz. Bu yeni işler, değerli konuşmacıların daha önce söylediği gibi pek çok insana istihdam sağlıyor. Teknoloji alanında, otomasyon alanında, yapay zeka alanında pek çok işler ortaya çıkarken öte yandan başka işlerdeki görevlerin de dönüşüme tabi olduğunu görüyoruz. Pazarlama alanındaki örneğin insanların işleri geleneksel yöntemlerden farklı yöntemlerle yapılmaya doğru dönüşüyor. Sağlık sistemi dönüşüyor. Ve bu da hepimiz için, tüm ülkeler için büyük fırsatlar yaratmaktadır. Problem şu ki, bu ortaya çıkan yeni meslekler, yeni beceriler gerektirmektedir. Çünkü geleneksel işlerden farklı işler bunlar. Dünya Ekonomik Forumu'nda bununla ilgili araştırmalar yaptık. Şu andaki çalışan işçilerin, çalışanların %50'sinin mutlaka becerilerini yenilemeleri gerekli. Hepimizin becerilerimizi aslında tazelememiz gerekli. Ve iş tanımlarımız pek çoğumuz için değişiyor. Ve değişimin ölçeği çok büyük. Ama size iyi haberlerim de var. 3 tane noktanın altını çizmek istiyorum. Öncelikle gelecekte başarılı olmanın anahtarlarını biliyoruz. Hangi becerilere ihtiyacımız olduğunu biliyoruz. Pek çok değerli konuşmacılar da bunlardan bahsetti. Ama ben de tekrarlamak istiyorum. Tabii ki teknoloji konusunda okuryazarlık çok önemli. Her zaman için çok üstün teknoloji bilgileri gerekmiyor. Sadece teknolojiye aşina olmak bile size önemli bir avantaj sağlayabiliyor. Öte yandan sosyal beceriler, kişiler arası beceriler, yaratıcılık da önemli beceriler haline geliyor. Ve bütün bunların hepsinin kombinasyonu bizi daha ileri götürmek için bir anahtar teşkil etmektedir. İşte bu beceri açığının azaltılması hızlandırma programının kapsamı da bütün bunları içeriyor. Hem hükümet hem de özel sektör temsilcilerinin katılacağı bu programla kendimizi geleceğe adapte edebiliriz. Bu birinci iyi haberimdi. İkinci iyi haberim şu. Bu becerilerin tazelenmesi size gelecekte çok fazla getirisi olan yatırımlar olacak. Kendi becerilerinizi tazelediğiniz zaman gelecekte bunun çok fazla avantajını göreceksiniz. Üretkenliğiniz artacak ve iş gücü maliyetiniz azalmış olacak. Küresel ekonomiyle ilgili bazı modelleme çalışmalarımız var. Covid sırasında zor zamanlar geçiriyor olsak da beceri tazelemeye odaklandığımız zaman gelecekte 6,5 trilyon Amerikan doları küresel ekonomiye 2030'a kadar kazandırabiliyoruz. Bu çok büyük bir rakam demek. Bu da ikinci iyi haberim. Üçüncü iyi haberim şu. Aslında beceri ve yatırım arasında bir bakıma kısır döngü var. Bu kısır döngüyü kırıp tersine bir döngü, olumlu döngü yaratabiliriz. Yani ne kadar yatırım yaparsak kendi becerilerimize o kadar daha fazla istihdam çıkacak. İstihdam çıktıkça o kadar fazla kendimize yeni fırsatlar çıkacak. Peki hangi stratejileri adapte etmemiz lazım, benimsememiz lazım? Değerli panelistler yine bahsetti. Öncelikle yaşam boyu öğrenme çok önemli. Yaşam boyunca becerilerimizin tazelenmesi çok önemli. Üniversite ya da lisede hatta aldığımız eğitim kesinlikle yeterli değil. Ama bunun için de hükümetlerin, bireylerin, özel sektörün beraberce çalışması lazım. Öyle bir sistem oturtmamız lazım ki işbirliği içerisinde bunu sağlayabilelim. Bunun bir başka yönü daha var. Nasıl becerilere yatırım yapıyoruz ve nasıl finansal destek sağlıyoruz insanlara ve bu şekilde insanlar becerilerini sağlayabilirler. Ve Türkiye'de de bazı gelişmelerin olduğunu memnunlukla görüyorum. Bunu daha fazla destekleyerek bu hızlandırma programı ile birlikte daha ileriye taşıyabiliriz. Kamu ve özel sektör arasındaki işbirliği de burada çok önemli. Yeni alanlar ortaya çıkıyor. Üniversiteler dışında da insanlara gerçek zamanlı eğitim veren, sizin de bahsetmiş olduğunuz gibi Google gibi, Coursera gibi platformlar çıkıyor. Ve insanlar artık bu eğitimleri sadece üniversitelerde almıyorlar. Ve bu yüzden de bu özel sektör ve kamu sektörü arasındaki dayanışma çok önemli. Beraberce daha verimli bir şekilde bu eğitim sistemi oturtulabilir. Bütün bu stratejileri oturtabilirsek gelecekte bu beceri açığın azaltılabileceğini düşünüyorum. Türkiye'ye bu Dünya Ekonomik Forumu'nun bu programına katıldığı için çok teşekkür ederim. Thank you so much for your positive messages. We have opportunities, but we have also risks. In our next panel, we will be talking about in what areas will Turkey grow and what will be the skills of the future. We have also distinguished panelists. We have Sertaç Yerlikaya, a consultant to Deputy Minister. She's going to be the moderator, and we will have Özgür Burak Akol from TİSK, Haluk Bayraktar from T3 Foundation, Ayhan Zeytinoğlu, Vice President of the Turkey Chamber of Commerce, Fatih Kemal Ebiçlioğlu from TÜSİAD, from Başaran Bayrak from team will be with us. We will continue at 20 to 3. I would like to thank all the speakers, all the distinguished speakers. Mr. Gündoğan, Mr. Till Leopold, thank you so much. So we will see you at 20 to 3. So see you. Bye.
Hello. So we would like to welcome you to the second panel of the Closing the Skills of the Gap Accelerator program. And in this panel, we are coming together with the heads and the presidents of the NGOs. And we are going to be talking about the future skills of Turkey and the situation of Turkey in the future and which areas it's going to grow. And now I would like to invite our esteemed speakers. And also, as Mr. Hakan mentioned, I really want to take a photo first of all because we're not physically together. Özgür Burak Akkol, Haluk Bayraktar, Fatih Kemal Ebiçlioğlu, and esteemed Ayhan Zeytinoğlu and Başaran Bayrak. Now I would like to invite everyone to the stage for the family photo. I would like to welcome you again. Thank you. As the explanations of Mrs. Saadi and also with the representatives from the ministries and with the opening and the presentations of the opinion leaders and the business leaders, we had a chance to discuss about the opportunities in Turkey and the skills and the situation of this skills gap. And the fourth industrial revolution is speeding up, and this is a great opportunity for Turkey, but also it's bringing back many of the disadvantages. And so how we're going to move forward, so this is the important thing that we need to focus. It started with the World Economic Forum, and we're going to be working together with our 3 different ministries. And about this, we need to determine what we need, and we need to understand what kind of topics to focus as Turkey. And so we will be defining those issues. The roles of our leaders are very important. And of course, the roles of the NGOs are also important because in order to accelerate the companies and the society, they have a very crucial role as well. As Mr. Till and Mrs. Sadi also mentioned, we have 4 different topics. First of all, the reskilling and upskilling, lifelong learning, and the other one is the proactive for the people who do not have any proactive working area to build up new skills and to redeployment of those people. And while we're doing this, we need to find new finance models, new funding models, and especially for the public sector and for the private sector, in order to make a more dynamic decision mechanism, they have to run everything transparently and they need to be proactive as well. I would like to invite Özgür Burak Akkol. Özgür Burak Akkol is the board member of TİSK, and also he has a lot of heads, he has a lot of responsibilities. He is the head of the board of TİSK, and also he is the head of the Turkish metal industries, and also our ministers have mentioned. And we know that the World Economic Forum, together with the Ministry of Technology, we now have with MESC together. We are now having the fastest and the most upscale technological center in Turkey as well. And while we're looking at those kind of things, and of course those are just a couple of your responsibilities, but when we look at everything, in what kind of areas do you think Turkey will grow, and what do you think the future skills will be?
Thank you very much, Sartaç. And so we work very closely. So as someone who I work very closely about all this topic, it's a great pleasure for me to be with you today. And so we have very valuable representatives of our ministries and also our business world and also representatives of civil society organizations. I'd like to greet everyone with respect, and I wish everyone a healthy day. Yes, it's a big topic and there are a lot to be talked about. But let me give the message I'd like to end at the beginning of my speech. Turkey has a young population, and so we are different than the rest of the world in a positive sense, and also our culture is a flexible one, and culturally we are open to learning, and we can adapt to any change quite rapidly. We're lucky in this sense. As TİSK, we believe we have faith in our country, in our youth, and also in the future of our country. And if we can manage the change process that we're talking about in the right way, then I believe that we will end up at a better place than we are today. And this is a very visionary piece of work that's being implemented. And also, I'd like to extend my thanks to our ministers, Mr. Bilgen, Varang, and also Selçuk very much. We are always talking about the change in the world and also the pace of this change, and we know that the pandemic has accelerated even further, and so it affects our country even in the short term. I'd like to say a couple of figures. Especially in textile, machinery, pharmaceuticals, automotive, and also communication equipment, it is likely that a total of $1.1 trillion worth trade will be replaced. And Turkey has a say in almost all these sectors in the world, and I believe that the key will be adapting to adapting our labor force to the skills of the future in order to create more employment will be key in the upcoming period. And also, the world has witnessed very significant developments in the fields of sustainable, so artificial intelligence, robotics, biotechnology, and also as for example, information technology spendings at the end of 2021 will be above $4 trillion for the year 2021, and also this is the greatest increase that has been seen in the last 20 years. In the coming years, as Turkey, um, so we have the potential of being in the top producers and exporters in the world, and also, so today I'll tell you about what we do as TISC, so and how we view the situation. And so we have so many civil society organizations are doing many valuable things for our country as TISC. And so we started this process by looking at the literature about 2.5 or 3 years ago, and every year, 2.5 to 3 million technical articles are published every year, and also there are many observations and also reports all around the world. People have been talking about climate change for many years, and we will continue to talk about it as TISC. And we mainly focus on concrete outputs and also execution as well. And so we drew out a report which has been one of the reference reports about the futures of the jobs. But we focus on execution. So let me tell you about by the year 2030, 8 million jobs will be lost in our country. However, 9 million new jobs will be created, and also 2 million. It is likely that 2 million new jobs which do not exist today will also emerge by the year 2030. So we have a simulation work, and both our confederation and also the World Economic Forum. So we are the only civil society. So I will share a couple of recommendations by MESC, which is a partner of the WEF. So the textile industry has a wide employment potential, and it has it represents 20% of the total employment in Turkey. In textile, so we implemented a very important feature of the works study, and we analyzed many products, and also we try to find out in what products Turkey is likely to lose market and what do we need to produce. And also we also assess the changing technologies, and we talked about protecting employment in the industry and what do we need to do in order to maximize the skills of the employees. And we have created a curricula for the top 5 of these, and then we are implementing it. And then we have automation support, quality control, and also there are some technical training also contents. And we have started implementing this. And also there is new human and machine integration, and so we'll be working on some new fields as well. We started with textile and we're expanding it to some other fields of industry as well. And another one is the Young Transformation Project. It's in the field of information technologies. And so we need to live up to the expectations in employment in this field as well. And so IT graduates account for 1% of the total employment, which is quite a low percentage. And also, we are taking responsibility about this in our young transformation. So we're working on a wide variety of fields, and so we are providing free of charge trainings for young people. And after they are trained, these young people are employed in enterprises which are members of TISC, and there is very big demand for this, and then. And so we will continue with bigger numbers, and also we have some activities about young women, female leaders as well. We started in March 2021, and then more than some 3,000 young female leaders have been selected, and these young female leaders are brought together with professionals and leaders, and so we try to include these young ladies into employment in the new emerging jobs. And the greatest need of our members today is these new generation jobs and also digital transformation. And that's why so we approach this with the understanding of new generation trade union. And so we have established MEX, and so MEX is the flagship of digital transformation, and also, and so the first 5G, so Turkey's first 5G technology supported production workshop, and we have virtual steel and iron facility, and also by scale the largest digital maturity evaluation of the world. So MES member companies and all the other industry in our country, regardless of their size, we are trying to support them in 4 areas. We have model factories. In our model factories, we have the state-of-the-art technology, and then we are trying to show people ways of increasing our production by 170%. And also we create simulations and also digital maturity evaluation and consultancy. And we evaluate our members' digital maturity level, and we tell them where they're standing in the industry and what is missing in them and how can they bridge the gaps they have. And we draw a roadmap for them, and we provide them with the necessary training and consultancy. And so we also have programs for the employees as well, from CEOs, from company owners to field workers, and also to our operators. We provide the most developed curricula of the world about Industry 4.0 and also industry transformation and AI. And also we certify their learnings as well in the coming 5 years. So we made a promise to train 250,000 people free of charge, and we believe that in 5 years we'll reach 250,000. We are trying to create an ecosystem. There are very good corporations in Turkey. One of them has been implemented by MESA, many universities and many domestic and foreign, with many foreign and domestic or international organizations. We are trying to create a startup ecosystem specifically with industrial transformation and digital transformation. We are trying to create some new startups, and one of these is so we signed an agreement, World Economic Forum, and also Sertaç has made great contributions to this as well. In MEX has become the 4th Industrial Revolution Center in Turkey, and so it is the 2nd center after Norway. This does us really credit. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my thanks to Sertaç and also our Ministry of Industry and Technology as well. And I'd like to thank VEW for their cooperation. And then we will benefit from the technologies of Industry 4.0 at maximum. We would like to lay the groundwork for a transformation industry. So these things can only be achieved by coming together. No foundation or no civil society organization, no company or no state, for that matter, can achieve this transformation on their own. So nobody is mighty enough to do it on their own. We have to be together. We need to come together, and especially civil society in the world of civil society organizations, we sometimes sense some discrimination, and sometimes there is but we would like to come together with civil society organizations as well, even with our competitors, although TISC doesn't have a competitor in its field, in order to support our country. And we would like to come with universities and also with so we would like to implement the slogan of TISC with all the stakeholders. And we are one of the countries with a very large young population, and our young population is greater than those of especially Eastern Bloc companies. So our young population is more than the total population of all these competing countries, and also the world will have an even increasing employment problem in the world. Both the public and also employers and also employment should be in the focus of all the states and also employers and also trade unions as well. I'd like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak in this event. I'd like to thank everyone for their participation.
We would like to thank Mr. Özgür. Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Hakan, in the previous sessions, after making the discussions, he was always mentioning the limit of the time for speaking, but it's such an important topic that we cannot stop you when you're making the presentation. So I just want to say a couple of contributions after what you said. First of all, the fourth industrial revolution, we started this journey, and this is very important and very valuable for us, and the other countries' experiences will be transferred to Turkey, and by means of World Economic Forum, we will be able to talk the experiences of Turkey to the other countries as well, and we would like to thank you. And from CEO to the blue-collar workers, to the white-collar workers, everyone, we need to create an awareness, and so we need to have their participation. And you are creating such kind of programs, and especially artificial intelligence, a very difficult topic to understand. Nothing is easy if the technology is a topic, the digital transformation, but the artificial intelligence is a bit more difficult. So to be comprehensive, to include everyone, and how it's going to be transforming the business. So this is very important to create this awareness, and what you do and with your projects, touching everyone with this valuable project is very important. And you started from the textile. You started your work in TISC as textile. And you are talking about 9 million of new business opportunities, 2 million new business opportunities in sectors. And so this is much more valid for TISC because when we look at the mobility, we can relate it with technology. But textile seems away from the technology, but Turkey is very competitive in textile, and we are always a leader in terms of textile. So the investment and the investment to the workforce, and also the investment that we're going to do for the technology, it will make a difference, and it will create a difference in the competition. And so in the business transformation, especially in the textile, it is also playing a crucial role, and this is going to be affecting the other sectors together with the other opportunities, I believe. And I would like to thank you a lot again for your valuable contribution. And now let's continue with Haluk Bayraktar. Esteemed Haluk Bayraktar is the president of the T3 Foundation. We talked about technology, the automated, we're talking about improving and developing technologies. And Mr. Haluk, you are working together with the young people and you are working together with the technology developers, and you have a new approach, and you are touching the young people with these new approaches. And T3 is quite different, a different foundation. And can you share the potential in Turkey for developing technologies? And in what kind of areas do you think Turkey will grow? And in what kind of areas do you think we're going to be a leader? And what kind of skills do we need? And what kind of an opportunity do you foresee for the future?
Thank you very much. Hello to all. I'm here as the head of the management board of the T3 Foundation. I've also worked at Baykar. My one duty is the one that I worked at an NGO, and the other one is the one that I work for earning money. The foundation has been founded at 2017. We have 20 years of experience in the industry. We realized that our biggest potential is the youth. So the youth will take a huge part in our development. So our investments to the youth are invaluable. We started as a team of 5 people, but right now our activities really encompass the whole world, and we are doing it with a young team. So the average age of our team members is 30. You see this picture that I took this morning. Let's move this slide. Yes, you see now from our facility. Do you see? Good. This is important for me, also in relation to our topic. This is our assembly area, for assembly of the unmanned air vehicles are done here. All of the young people you see here are our interns. 13 people have applied for internship, and we offered this position to 1,050 people. And our company is formed of 1,500 employees, so we really have a lot of interns working at our foundation, because we give importance to the youth. You should create an environment that encourages the youth to participate. Otherwise, as a company or as an organization, we wouldn't have any future. Everybody sitting at this table has an objective. They're not just photocopying something here. They really have objectives. Sometimes the defense industry is strict, but you don't let them ask questions. But this is not the case here. We encourage them to participate. I think this is very valuable. In fact, this is the main objective of our foundation, to prepare the youth for the competitions ahead, to motivate them, to let them be in places that prepares them for the future. And we created some models. I would like to briefly go over these. One of them is the Try and Do Technology Workshop. Another one is Science Turkey Education Methodology. Another one is Technofest Technology National Teams Support Program. You know of Technofest. This is the biggest aerial and space technology festival. And we need to have a philosophy behind this. And we call this a national technology initiative. This almost became like a strategy, national strategy. What is this initiative? By considering the main priorities, the country should solve its problems with its local resources. How can we do that? We need to have a big transformation for that. Everybody is talking about this paradigm change and this transformation. We can do this. About our Try and Do technology workshops, it's a very different model. We are aiming for the stars of the technology. It doesn't encompass the whole youth, but only a segment of them. But the main objective here is to prepare the youth for the technologies of the futures. We have prepared very detailed curricula, and it's a 36-month program. So our aim is to educate this selected group of young people. In summary, we have 24 months of education in 10 basic areas. Afterwards, in 12 months, they create teams and they participate in national and international project competitions. Of course, during the pandemic process, we had to do all our education online. You see many different areas are offered: design and production, robotics, coding, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity. All of them are mobile applications, very important areas. And there was a decision to collaborate with National Science Foundation and to spread it to all around Turkey. We have now around 30 workshops all around Turkey. We have around 7,000 students that are being trained here. In fact, the total number of applications was 240,000. So we could only offer this to a selected group of young people. Now, we are going to increase these numbers further, and we will have 66 workshops next year. And after that, we are going to spread it to all the cities of the country. So this training methodology is already being applied in a lot of cities all around Turkey. With this digital literacy, social interactions are also becoming more important than ever. So we want them to form teams, to interact amongst each other, and to have some objectives and work for an objective as a team. It's a very different approach. We encourage them to question, to take the initiative, to bring some concrete solutions to a concrete problem. as I said, next year this model will be practiced in all cities of the country next year. There are two different categories. One is the middle schoolers, the other one is the high schoolers. When they take this program, some of them, in fact, become entrepreneurs themselves already as a high school student. And when we see these examples, we are proud of what we do. Another model that we apply is the Science Turkey model. This is for everybody. Any young people can participate to this program. We explain the scientific phenomena to these people. There are certain workshops in mathematics, astronomy, design, technology. The first one was launched as Bilim Üsküdar in Istanbul. And we were able to touch many young people. They come and participate to some of these workshops. As of this year, we have offered this workshops to 316,000 students. There are 7 cities in Turkey which are practicing, in fact, these workshops. One of them was Gaziantep. This city is very active. We launched some try and do workshops and also Science Turkey workshops, also in Erzurum. We think that this model is really valuable. There are around 600 topics that are being taught. So the curriculum is dynamically changing, and the participants are learning the scientific phenomena rapidly. This is important. And we are hoping that we can extend this abroad. Certainly, what I have described until now was for students, for high schoolers and middle schoolers. But we want the students to be self-confident. On the other hand, we have a T3 Entrepreneurship Center program. We explain them how to be an entrepreneur, and we also offer some support to entrepreneurs, not only for students, but this is a model that is open to entrepreneurs who are graduates of universities. Another program that we have is a national scholarship model. It's not a standard scholarship. These people from universities also participate to other programs after taking the scholarship. There are also many project teams in universities. For example, solar cars, rocket teams. These students have a lot of needs, for example, technology support, material support. Yes, the universities support them, but we also have a special program to support them. And 2 of these teams have awards in the competitions in the United States. And we offered this support to them. Another important issue is is an event. This is a Technofest. It's an annual event. But this is a very important festival. It's a beautiful atmosphere. It's a huge organization. We first did it in 2018, and 20,000 students applied, 2,300 teams applied, and 550,000 people visited this Technofest. Nobody would have thought to launch a rocket competition in Turkey a decade ago. And we were shocked even when we saw the number of applications, because there is no university program teaching how to build a rocket, but 550 teams participated in this rocket competition. Turkey is a very dynamic country, has a huge potential. Also, Özgür Bey mentioned this. We need to be organized well and take the correct steps, and the return of investment should certainly come later on. And more than 1,700,000 visitors were at the Technofest in 2019, and also the number of teams participating significantly increased. In 2020, we weren't open to visitors, but we were open to teams participating in the competition, and we increased the numbers participating to that competition increased even during the pandemic. And we are going to be holding this Technofest this year in Istanbul. We are also increasing the number of competitions we are going to be holding. We learn from each of our past experiences. We have a jury of referees for each of these competitions. And we have these competitions in all areas of technology, in health technologies, environmental technologies, not only in defense technologies, but the teams are getting prepared for these competitions for a year, and they consult with mentors, and they go through certain eliminations, certain exams, and finally they show what they have achieved at the final festival. It's a very influential event in Turkey. I'm receiving a lot of emails from parents. They're thanking me for encouraging their kids. So it's a really valuable experience for me.
I think we can invite all our participants to 2021 Technofest, because it's very exciting and everyone can participate to this fest. And I think this is very important to share this excitement.
Absolutely. Perhaps we are going to be holding it at Atatürk Airport. Of course, it depends on the conditions of the pandemic, but our teams are preparing themselves, and we are making our organizational preparations to be able to support them. On one hand, they're gaining these necessary competencies, skills. These are mainly technological competencies, but these sets of competencies address to all different sectors, fields. So in all these fields, perhaps these people will have the tools to be an entrepreneurs in any of these fields. It was mentioned opportunity parity. This is very important. It's important for everybody to access these opportunities, no matter what kind of financial situation they have. We have developed some cards. This looks small, but you could just control a robot with that, or you can do an agricultural automation. It gives you all this infrastructure. And these young people develop these by writing the code. You see different parts of this card. We have produced 10,000 of these cards, and 7,000 of them were distributed to the workshop students. It's like a computer. This is coded just like a computer, and you can realize many different projects by using this card. I don't know how much time I have left, but Turkey has a huge potential in terms of infrastructure, research and development, but our center is always humans. It's our biggest asset. And all these programs have an objective. We define it as follows. We want to develop a generation that are entrepreneurs, and they should understand that our most valuable asset is not money, but humans. In this way, I think we can realize our dream.
We thank you a lot.
Thank you.
We thank you a lot for your presentation. So you are touching the lives of the students, their families, their teachers. So it's a very valuable program. And for the young people, they want to make discoveries. So as our minister also said, that it's very important to make discoveries, to produce new technologies. And you have such kind of a program. I would like to thank you a lot, and we hope to see you in Teknofest. Now I would like to give the floor to Ayhan Zeytinoğlu. He is the Chief President of the Union of the Timber and Commodities Exchange. You are working together with the working groups, with the representatives of the different companies. You have a contact with different companies, so you are finding solution to their problems. And in order to closing the gaps, the skill gap program, what do you think?
Thank you so much, Sartaç. And first and foremost, before I start my speech, I'd like to congratulate Haluk Bey for the number of interns that they admit to their company, and very distinguished representatives of our civil society organizations, esteemed participants, distinguished members of the press. I'd like to greet you all on behalf of myself and also on behalf of Turkish Union of Chambers and also stock exchanges, and I'd like to convey the greetings of our president as well. So we have started under the auspices of our three ministers, and I hope that the closing skills gap accelerated program will be beneficial for all our sectors. And in order to meet the needs of the business world, and we are so pleased to be supporting this initiative. And with globalization in the world, Industry 4.0 and also Society 5.0 and digital transformation have become all the buzz, and these concepts have become part of our vocabulary, and also they have penetrated into our lives. in the past, and so economies were divided according to products, but now we said that information and communication are the determining factors. Now we have decided to understand the added value created by technology. Now the things are talking to each other, and also robots are penetrating into our lives, and we are adapting to this very rapidly. With this digitalization, the developing countries are also determining to route as well. And more than 40% of our exports go to the EU, and the EU is the best example of this. The EU recently announced its new industry strategy based on an green economy. So we need to transform and develop our industry accordingly, and also living and ways of living and also working are changing altogether. Today things are even more difficult than they used to be, and then we both need to achieve our targets, and also we need to keep proceeding all the time. And so, of course, this will change our daily life altogether, and it will also bring about a brand new socio-cultural life. Distinguished guests, this rapid change in technology is also causing new professions to emerge, and it will also cause many existing jobs to disappear as well. So all the technical information is not sufficient, and also we also need skills to manage this digital transformation as well. And at this point, when planning years to come, we need a significant strategy, and also we need to act together. So we have three important ministries here, and it's very pleasing that they are focusing on this topic. And also our union is always prepared to do its part in order to make sure that the industry keeps up with it. And also, so we implemented a human skill TAN project with our ministries, and then we have determined the skills needed domestically, and then also we have provided training to more than 300,000 unemployed people, and those who were successful were provided with an employment opportunity with İSTKA and our Ministry of Social Security in the MEGEP project. We have provided some job acquisition trainings in areas needed by our employers, and so I think the most exciting project is the 81 vocational high school in 81 provinces of Turkey project, and in order to train the human and resources needed by the labor market, depending on the needs of the industry, the curriculum are shaped accordingly, and so the technical capacities of the schools are also developed in this line, and the students are also given some grants and scholarships, and those students who graduates are provided with employment as well. And digital transformation, it is necessary to have digital transformation to all the traditional production methods, and it is a must that you need to take advantage of digital, and the demand side is vital in keeping the economy alive. If our SMEs cannot sell what they produce, we know that the wheel of production will not continue revolving. And then, so e-trade has grown by 66% year on year. And e-trade was of great importance in terms of business continuity, and of course new models are opening new areas of employment, and also this has changed the skill set required by the labor force. And in the coordination of our committee, we are launching a new project, and from our member companies with career.net, So we have made a comparison of the requirements in the job advertisement of companies, and we realized that if we can provide coding skills for the young people, then we will be able to meet the needs of the industry. And soon, through this project, we'll be addressing one of the important problems of e-trade. And also, we see a we have seen a different need in machinery and also in software industries as well. And so we're in a period in which objects can talk to each other. However, we also need a labor force that can direct this transformation. In every link that we click and in every product that we buy online, we create data. This data becomes so big that it cannot be analyzed using classical method. That's why artificial intelligence is trying to understand, analyze, and also make conclusions out from this data. And also global AI hub. So we have an AI training and awareness program, and we are trying to provide employees and university students with AI training, and also we are trying to teach them how they can integrate this technology to their respective fields. And in order to build a prosperous society, or building a prosperous society is only possible through education, and so we need to be taking sustainable steps. In this journey that we have set out to support digital transformation, both our SMEs and also our labor force waiting to be employed will create a synergy, and we believe that this will bring about some economic growth as well. So as top with our sectoral assemblies, and we are prepared to provide the necessary support. Concluding my words, I wish that this program will be a success, and I'd like to extend my greetings to all of you. Sertaç Hanım, with your permission, I'd like to leave now because I have to make a presentation to our Minister of Treasury. I'd like to apologize to everyone because I have to leave. Thank you very much.
And we would like to apologize for the delay as well, so we have a delay in our program. Thank you for your valuable comments, and you have given information about the Union of the Chamber of and Commodity Exchanges, and we will be working in collaboration with this institution. Fatih Kemal İbiçlioğlu, who is the board member of TÜSİAD. We would like to welcome you, Fatih, as well. Mr. Fatih. TÜSİAD, the digitalization, the new technologies, about the technology development. We know that your institution is producing a lot of projects, and together with this, we are organizing many things. And what do you think? How do you think Turkey will grow in the future? And what about TÜSİAD in the following years? What kind of a leadership are you expecting from your institution, TÜSİAD?
Thank you very much for bringing up such an important matter, for such an important subject. I'd like to extend my thanks to you and to all the participants on behalf of the Board of Directors of TÜSİAD. I'd like to start with this perspective in order to avoid repeating what the previous speaker said. Yes, there is a skills gap for sure, and from the perspective of the business world, and also the civil society and how the civil society organizations will assume responsibility in order to bridge this gap is another topic. As far as I can see, this has three pillars. One of them is the state or the public, and about what they can do, and also the responsibility that can be assumed by the companies, and also there are responsibilities that civil society organizations can assume. And also, so let me tell you about how we see this from the perspectives of civil society organizations and also companies, and what kind of strategies we need to develop.
closing this gap. And we have a digital academy also to educate the youth. We think entrepreneurship is very important, and we have entrepreneurship support programs within the custody of our association. Also, the transformation of the industry is one of our programs, and we are in collaboration with the Ministry of Industry and Technology. We are also focusing on strengthening the software ecosystem, and we are carrying out important projects. Our government had some important decisions towards these goals. We have to underline the following. When we look at the companies and we see many companies as members of our association, but the ecosystem of the country is important so that these companies are strong. And these companies are trying to be competitive by using the infrastructure of the country. So if the infrastructure is not sufficient, they cannot compete with the world. One of the main challenges here is that we have some breakdowns in the system. And we had these breakdowns in the past as well, but now maybe we are experiencing this more heavily. We should have a different approach to improving our infrastructure. We should have a new paradigm. The companies, especially the large companies, can allocate their resources to educate their employees. But if we cannot build the ecosystem, we cannot have a sustainable competitiveness for the whole country. And this is of importance to all companies of the country. Another important point is that the software sector is such a sector that it's not only including software and coding. In fact, all different products that are produced are using software technology. So we know where the deficit of human resources is. We cannot close the gap by only graduates of computer science departments. Our country has an objective of educating 1 million software developers. I think these kinds of initiatives are very important to close the skills gap. I would like to talk about an initiative of a company that is one of our members. This company has started a program They have an internship program for students. They offer them certain opportunities to these programs, not only in their own areas, but also in other areas. And they include them in some educational programs, and they are aiming to prepare them for the future. It really touched me a lot. We are used to seeing these kinds of events being held in big cities, but this was held in the southern eastern part of Turkey at a rural area. That's why it was of importance to me. With the developing new technologies, I think these kinds of events can be even more valuable. People from all walks of life and all parts of the country can participate in these programs and can help us develop these human resources. Another member of us had an initiative during the pandemic process. They have an educational model for the self-development of their employees, but they opened to everybody. I think that we are going through a very fast changes. We cannot just adapt ourselves to educational systems only in a few years' time. We have to predict the future and we have to prepare ourselves for the future starting from now. We should prepare our students, our children now, so that we can have competitiveness in the future. As TÜSİAD, we know our shortcomings now, and there are certain initiatives that we have, and we are trying to touch some parts of the society with our project, but we should take this responsibility as a country together. The president of TİSK has mentioned one of the most important topics that are being discussed is the restructuring of the supply chain. If we look at the short-term perspective, Turkey is close to certain economies, particularly the EU. We have a customs union with them. Recently, we have Turkey has a flexible structure and has agility, and it is preferred by some countries. And what is important here is sustainability. And here, education is very important to close the skills gap so that we can become competitive. And from this perspective, I think that we will have a lot of opportunities for our country, and we have a young population. Gender gap is also, gender inequality is very important. We have a workforce of 32 million. This is low. We should increase the job opportunities for people, and we should also decrease the gender inequality. That way we can be competitive in the international arena. As TÜSİAD, our expectation is the following. Turkey has a huge potential, and Turkey has opportunities to make use of this potential and can have international competitiveness if it takes the correct steps, but all the stakeholders should work together in collaboration. We are aware that we have limited resources. Until now, we haven't achieved the desired outcomes. And also, we have some shortcomings about educating the elderly and adults in the workforce. I would like to close here. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Fatih. Thank you. The accelerator program will last for 2 years, and we are making the opening of this program. Our ministers, our leaders and representatives, and the leaders of our NGOs, indeed, are sharing what we're already doing, and from now on, in the following periods, which areas to focus and who's going to be the leaders, and we're going to be defining everything together. Thank you a lot for your presentation. I learned something from Mr. Hakan, and so you are really emphasizing something very important. Talking about those kind of things will last for days, but I want to just focus on two topics that you have mentioned. You are saying that if one of the actors is lagging behind, this is not possible that we can complete the transformation. So all the actors are also into the transformation. So they shouldn't be opposed to one another, but they should be sitting together around a table in collaboration. The universities, the NGOs, the citizens, the public sector, the private sector, everyone should gather around the table so that we can distribute the roles again. Because whether the education is the responsibility of the individual or the private sector or the public sector or creating an employment opportunities, they're all as a result of collaboration, and technology is providing those opportunities. And you talked about the importance of art and technology is also helping the development of the art as well. And we know that the technology providers and developers are very skillful in arts as well. And so there are different discoveries, and it's a potential for the future discoveries. Everyone is talking about the diversity and to be inclusive in terms of age, gender, in terms of the mosaic of Turkey, and to be inclusive and the variety. Those are very important things, and this will be causing a new transformation. And you also emphasize the importance of this being inclusive, and we need to address the gaps where there's no inclusivity. And so this is the responsibility of the leaders again. I would like to thank you again for your presentation. We're starting a very long journey. It's not a long journey for Turkey, but it's going to last for 2.5 years. And we would like to thank you for your contribution, and we hope to see you again. Thank you, Mr. Fatih. Now, Mr. Başaran Bayrak, I would like to invite him to the stage, and he is the head of the Turkish exporters industry, the vice president. And we need to create global brands, and we need to have global smart products, and we need to get more revenue from the world income. And so, Mr. Başaran, how do you think Turkey can do this? And how
Thank you so
would you
much,
like to
Sertaç
contribute?
Hanım, for giving me the floor. Very valuable. We have heard many valuable presentations and also speakers. I've been really impressed by especially what Haluk Bey said. And so these are very pleasing developments for our country. And I'd like to greet you all on behalf of Turkish Exporters Assembly. And so we represent more than 100,000 exporters of services and products. And so I'm so pleased to be with you in the kickoff meeting of the Closing Skills Gap Accelerator program. Distinguished participants, closing the skills gap has become a global issue, and according to data of ILO in 2020, so the rate of global unemployment for the age group 15-25 is 16%, and also the number of unemployed youth without having a training is continuing to increase. And in order for these people to be productive for the world economy, it means that they should have access to technology and also education as well. And Manpower Group is creating a gap skill report every year. And so human resources executives. So it is human resource experts say that skills gap is not seen only in only 18% of the countries all around the world, and also according to Deloitte's report, in the manufacturing industry. The number of unoccupied positions in America's manufacturing industry has reached 2.4 million only in 2020. And making new policies and also supporting employers and also employees and also focusing on this skill gap is of utmost importance. And we should develop a national solution for this global problem, and I think we should be taking our measures as soon as possible. Distinguished participants, in what fields Turkey will grow in the future, so I'd like to make some modest comments about it. As Turkish Exporters Assembly, we, in every platform, we say that Turkey will grow with exports. In such a political era, our biggest castle is export. And today, in every field, after creating a self-sufficient structure, we should be focusing on the works, on the jobs, and also the skills of tomorrow, so we'll be prepared for tomorrow. Within the scope, as Turkish Exporters Assembly, we have launched our export mobilization. It's been almost 2 years since we started our mobilization. Over these 2 years, a total of more than 35,000 companies have engaged in export for the first time and joined our family of exporters. And then we also target to reach out to every country which has an export potential, and we have organized a total of 14 SME export mobilization trainings. So our SMEs are creating very promising products in terms of export. For distinguished participants, so the skills of the future are in direct interaction with export, and also problem solving and also thinking critically are in the spirit of export, and also integration is also in nature of export, and also intercultural competences and also entrepreneurship is also in the spirit of exporter. An exporter is a world citizen who renews and develops himself or herself on a continuous basis. And when we establish the right infrastructure, then there will be no reason for us to worry about competences, because export is a whole of skills in which all the needed skills come together. So we're working with all our minds to make sure that all our SMEs and our big companies gain and acquire these skills, and then we are supporting all our 27 committees, and hopefully our country will also play as a role model for the other countries in terms of closing the skills gap. Very distinguished representatives. So concluding my words, I hope that this closing this skills in gap acceleration program will be beneficial and also fruitful for everyone. Thank you very much, Başaran Bey.
And as the exporters, we are the citizens of the world, and I just want to emphasize this as well, in addition to the other messages.
And also
while developing technologies, when making
technology and while making innovation and learning new things, the more we are world citizens, the more prepared we'll be, and the more
ourselves to the global. And we thank you a lot again for this. By the way, while we're speaking here, I want to analyze what's happening outside. So we have the third unicorn, and so Dream Games has been the third unicorn of Turkey, and I would like to share this information again. And so we have a third unicorn from Turkey, and such an exciting issue. And so it is showing the importance of the studies and how we have good results. So this is showing this. So we're very proud and happy to hear that we have the third unicorn from Turkey. It's the third one. It's the third one. We have 7 more because it's going to be faster after a certain amount of because when it's 3, it's going to go like with 5 and 7s. It's going to increase by double digits, I think. Okay, thank you a lot again for my panelists for their presentation. Özgür Burak had to leave, and so a close relative has passed away, so he had to leave, and we are sending our condolences. Mr. Ayhan just left because he had another meeting. Mr. Haluk, thank you. Fatih, Mr. Fatih, thank you. Mr. Basharan, thank you again. And so I would like to now leave the floor to Mr. Hakan, and have a good day all.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. Our program was quite long, and we have a new unicorn now. Time is going fast now. It was a very intense program, but I think it was really fruitful. I took so many notes. I would like to thank each of the speakers and everybody who has contributed to this meeting. We have talked about the skills of the future. We have a huge skills gap, and we talked about how we can close this gap, how we can accelerate closing this gap. It was a really comprehensive meeting, kickoff meeting. I think this was a right step forwards. Dear ministers talked about these. Ms. Saida Zahidi talked about it. Representatives of the business world have mentioned, and in particular in this last panel that you moderated, we talked about a summary of the whole process. So this thing has 3 legs. I don't want to go over these legs. But all these legs are very important, that should be complementing each other. The NGOs, the public and private sectors have all huge responsibilities in this program that is being facilitated by WEF, and all these stakeholders should collaborate with each other simultaneously. And Özgür Burak Akkol also mentioned solidarity, and he said that it's possible if we work and act together. I believe in that as well. Haluk Bayraktar talked about public-private sector partnership, and he also talked about the fact that everything is interlinked. Being in an NGO and being in a company, these do not have clear boundaries, and nobody is going to close this skills gap by himself, herself, and we need all players to work together so that we can go through this transformation successfully. The pandemic process helped us increase our awareness, but everything in fact started even before the pandemic. Even though it's late in the day, everybody is still actively and happily participating to this meeting, and it shows how much willingness we have in this program. I also think that it is possible to achieve it if we work and act together. It's going to last 2.5 years. I think the timing was perfect. I hope that we can achieve it all together. I'm closing the meeting now. I would like to thank all participants, speakers, once again. I wish you all a sustainable future. Stay safe. Take care. Bye-bye.